that there is a lot of unity that it helps, and peace, inner peace and outer peace. So I think that if we started getting you, Himanshuji, to teach the whole world a little bit of this meditation, we're going to have a very peaceful world. And I saw Modiji. You said Modiji also.
Exactly. Yeah.
I saw the beautiful sand artwork. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Modiji also does regular yoga, right? So he
Wow.
probably makes very clear decisions with the kind of decisions he makes as well.
Yeah, he himself is a yogi, I would say, because if you go through his life history, then the biography, I've read it. So, of course, he was a monk, and then, of course, he's been sent by his guru. So, he's been a yogi, and that's why you see he's all the time calm and composed, and you don't find any, imbalance in any way. So,
Yes.
and that's a inherent strength in him.
And he's won the best one of the best leader awards around the world. So it's been really great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if people wanted to get involved, in meditation and yoga, I know that you yourself have these wonderful voluntary beach yoga sessions that you do in Juhu Beach in India.
Yes.
And we've had the pleasure. So if anybody's watching right now, if you're connecting with us on social media, etc., then you will also be able to tune in live online. So and you can also practice these wonderful yoga sessions with Himanshuji live. So Himanshuji, tell us a little bit about that. So what inspired you to start these voluntary sessions, and how has it impacted people's lives?
Oh yeah, but before that, I would like to talk about the basic aspects about yoga a little bit, and then the chakras, and then we can move for the.
Oh wow! So we have to make sure that people understand that what is the reason that we should be doing, what happens actually. Please tell us a little bit about that. That would be really good for us to understand that why yoga and why chakras are very important, why the Nadi system is very important.
Yes. So now in general, people, the general masses, they understand yoga as only asanas and pranayama, but that's actually a tip of the iceberg. Yoga is a vast science, multidimensional, really speaking. So, we have been gifted, we have inherited this gift of yoga 3,500 years ago from Maharishi Patanjali. It's a Yoga Sutras, what he had written. Maharishi Patanjali, he lived on this planet for 800 years, and he's been well known for grammar, Ayurveda, and other studies, of course. But Yoga Sutra, it is a solution for a better living and life without any conflict. So that's why I said, if the leaders of today, they were yogis, then I don't think we would have had any wars. And the wars has not given any solution. The nuclear missiles, what they have produced, they have not given any solutions. So it's only threatening each other. And it's just building up more greed, fear, ego, and that keeps on more like a vicious cycle, and you have one country after another trying to overpower. So that doesn't work.
Whilst there are lots of people, in poverty, no food, money could be easily used to help to feed the world and make this world a better place. Yes.
Yeah. And above all, above greed, ego, and whatever, the fear, the mother of all root cause is the ignorance. The ignorance. That's the greatest evil on this planet. And that's why we keep on and on working everything on the low level of intellect instead of rising
and consciousness, yes? The lower levels of consciousness.
Yeah. So if you talk about the yoga as such, the Ashtanga Yoga, the eightfold path of Patanjali, yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahara, dhyana, dharana, samadhi. So the yam is like don'ts. So it itself teaches us ahimsa, non-violence. So no wars. Satya, the truth, no lies. Asteya, not to steal. So you don't have to go and grab anybody's country or a land or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Aparigraha, not to hoard anything. So brahmacharya, so moderation, okay. And that, of course, so in that way, if this path of yoga is followed by humans, so then there'll be no kind of, it will be a purposeful living all along. And humans, they forget one most important aspect, that what is the purpose of our birth, basically. Why God created humans? I mean, God was more than happy creating mammals and whatever the animals. Okay, but why humans? Okay.
Yeah, let me ask you that question. So let's see, why do you think God has made us humans? Tell us about that.
So man is, I mean, humans are born to create a peaceful world. Now you and me are talking on the computer, okay? Is it an act of war or an act of creation?
Creativity.
Creativity, yeah, that's what. So we have to keep on creating. We are not meant really for the war, right? Yes. So man has to rise, and man has to rise from animalhood to manhood to godhood.
Right. So actually what we're talking about is a path of evolution where we have to evolve through awareness, removing ignorance, gaining knowledge, so that we could evolve as human beings from having animal instincts to having divine qualities.
Exactly. So unfortunately, we are all stuck with animal instincts. We are all in the mode of fight and flight. There's nothing more than that. Okay. So that's the reason the wars and conflicts keeps on happening.
Right. Yeah. Yes, because it's territory, isn't it? It's like there's a lion and a tiger. They're like protecting their own territory. They don't mind killing each other. Then it's all animal instincts. But human beings is more to do, as you mentioned, being creative. You get a lot of joy, from painting, from dancing, from singing, and doing yoga and helping each other. There's a lot of joy that people feel naturally from inside when they do this.
Yeah, that's what they showed in the film Avatar, and now we are going to have a metaverse Avatar. Okay, that's another act of creation.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, we need more yoga practitioners so that we don't mix reality with this, this made-up world. But yeah. So Himanshuji, so what you're just mentioning right now, again, it comes back to creating more peace, evolving as a human being. So it's that's really important. Any other points do you feel?
So as I said, we are in the animal instinct. So if we talk about chakras, then the energy at this juncture is more dominant in the Mooladhara. So that what creates more like a fight and flight mode. So it has to rise to Anhata, the heart chakra. People have to become more, it's Karuna, Maitriya, friendliness, compassion. That's when the humanity will rise. So the religion, I mean, it is said the religion divides and spirituality unites. And what we believe in yoga is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is my family.
Yes.
So I would like to show
very beautiful point that what you just said about the whole world is my family, because through yoga you get to learn how to even do it naturally. You don't even have to pretend to do it. It just happens that you care for everybody. You have compassion, like you mentioned. So yoga is something that if you feel annoyed, you can't forgive people easily, you're angry, all these things automatically disappear and melt away from your life. And that makes you also a more healthier person, because the more stress you have, the more frustration you have, it creates illnesses and physical ailments as well in your body.
Yes, of course. Yeah, a lot. Yep.
Yes.
So talking about the chakras, so I would like to give a talk on chakras. So we were talking about the Mooladhara. So we'll start from Mooladhara. I prepared a video recording, was recorded about a week ago, especially for healing our earth. So our audience can have a good insight of the chakras. And then we take them for Surya Namaskar with chakra meditation, which is the first of its kind. So
Yes, yes, I'm looking forward to finding out more about that wonderful Surya Namaskar. And it's the first initiative like that, and designed, in the by you, pioneering a style of meditation. And we're looking forward to that. So everybody, stay tuned in, and let's have a look at what Himanshu has for us. He's going to be passing on some very important knowledge here about how the chakras work, and also, of course, how it helps to develop you as a person. So please go ahead, dear Himanshu ji.
Okay, we'll play the video. Thank you. I want to explain you about a chakra. So, हम लोग जो चक्र मेडिटेशन, सूर्य नमस्कार with चक्र meditation on mantras करते हैं, so it will make your practice more meaningful. So we did about pranayam last time. So where did the breath go? You took the breath. Where did it go? कहाँ गया? Body, how? Cells, okay.
I think it comes out what we exhale.
So then it's 1 minus 1, 0. तो कुछ लिया नहीं, कुछ दिया नहीं. Where did it go?
No, whatever feed you're taking in, it has elements which goes into the different parts of the body.
How? How? Exactly. Yes. So breath is life, breath is yoga. अगर breath नहीं है तो we are dead. We are a dead corpse. कुछ life नहीं है, right? हाँ. Can you see air? Can you see oxygen? So same way you can't see chakras. Maybe with some powerful vision, it's a different story. That's how our yogis must have seen that, and they mention the scriptures. So as you said, it passes through the body everywhere. So how?
Then again, inside the body, then there is a chemical reaction in terms of carbon dioxide going out.
Okay.
The whole process of the breath going.
So there are 72,000 nadis. Nadis, the breath travels through the nadis in the entire body, right? And out of this 72,000, 3 are more important. पता है which 3? That is Ida and Pingla, right and left, right? And third, the most important, Sushumna. Yes, Sushumna. So main important nadi is Sushumna and Ida and Pingla. So all the nadis, they pass through the chakra, they meet at the chakra. That chakra becomes a junction point. What is a chakra? The meaning is wheel or a vortex or a spiral or whirlpool rotation. So the chakras are the energy centers. Chakras are the spiritual centers. If your chakras are balanced and if they are active, you become more and more spiritually elevated. So where did the breath you took, where did it go? It went right to the bottom first. And then that breath or the energy rises up. So understanding chakra, you see the building? Huh? उसमें electricity आती है. How does the electricity goes to the building? First floor to ground floor. But that is a main line coming in. So that's your main breath coming in. And then it's distributing, right? It distributes. So it distributes through the junction box. So junction box are like chakras. So nadi जो है breath लेती है and then it distributes each and every chakra. How many chakras are there? 7. There are 114 chakras. Okay. 7, what you said is correct. They are the major chakras. They are the major chakras. Now out of 114 chakras, 2 are outside the body. That is, one is Sahasrara, that is crown chakra, what we say, that is above us. So 2 are outside the body. So one, just calculate कीजिए 114 minus 2 कितने हो गए 112, right? And then 4 chakras are dormant. They are not active at all. कितने रह गए 108 रह गए. So 108 group is good enough. Okay. So that divides into 2. 54. Talking about 7 chakras. How many colors are there? 7. Vibjor. Yeah, main colors are the rainbow. How many colors the rainbow has? 7, right? एंड सूर कितने हैं? 7. सारे गामा पद, right? So everything is in a harmony, everything is synchronized. It's only our ignorance makes things understand difficult. So जैसे बताया बिल्डिंग में सब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, everyone gets the light, okay, because of the junction box the energy spreads out. So is about the chakra. When we breathe in consciously, or more particularly during the meditation, if we are focused on the breathing, or even while doing Surya Namaskar, when we do slow breathing, okay, when you take the breath, then part of the prana goes to the Mooladhara. Mooladhara, Mool is a base, foundation, Aadhar, Mool Aadhar, Mooladhara, okay. So Aadhar is like source. So it's a source and it's a base of the foundation. और मूलधार जो है, of course the location is perineum. You know perineum region, just for the knowledge, perineum region is, I mean, at the opening of the anus and the genitals, between that, that's a perineum. So that's a location. Or most important is the kundalini remains dormant there at the Mooladhara. मूलधारा में कुंडलिनी जो है, दैट्स अ 3.5 कॉइल. हाँ, सब बोलते हैं ना कुंडलिनी जागृत करनी है, तो वहाँ सोई हुई है, उसको जागृत करना है. एंड दैट हैपन्स विद आवर मेडिटेशन एंड चक्रास, एक्टिवेशन ऑफ चक्रास, राइट. और इट इज़ एसोसिएटेड विद द एलिमेंट अर्थ, पृथ्वी. सो पंचमहाभूत पृथ्वी, द फर्स्ट एलिमेंट, will cover all the 5 elements in 5 chakras. So all these chakras are very much linked with these elements of cosmos. So where we are doing is the most auspicious location. We get all the 5 elements of cosmos here. Now it is recognized by the color red. Every chakra has a different colors. See, so red is a color of Mooladhara. This chakra is basically it is more focused on the survival needs. अब ये चक्रा जो है जिसकी एनर्जी वहीं पे डोमिनेंट हो जाती है, that person you will find like all the time struggling for survival, okay, for nourishment and for shelter and security. But where this chakra is active, I mean, that chakra will help you in your development of the spine, your legs, the lower body, because it's a lower chakra. So it's a lower body becomes active, more and more active, and you become safe and fearless. अब ये चक्रा ब्लॉक क्या करता है, क्या चीज़ इसको ब्लॉक करती है? It's a fear. When you have fear, excessive fear, this chakra gets blocked. So to overcome the fear, now when we do our Surya Namaskar, there is a dialogue, focus on Mooladhara. So when you focus, anything that you focus, it gets activated. अगर आपने देखा होगा कि one gentleman is to conduct the session like a mind energy and something like that. तो वो सबको, I attended that session. वो सबको बोलता है, 100-200 लोग जो है कि just focus on this. वो ग्लास के फ्लास्क रखते थे, focus on that flask, everybody, okay. Everybody used to focus and in just 5 minutes it will burst, crack. So that's the energy of focus. जिसका ये चक्र मूलधारा imbalance हो जाता है, malfunction, what happens? The person becomes greedy, he starts hoarding, उसको सब जगह जमा करना है सब कुछ. He becomes greedy. Material possession की तरफ ज़्यादा ध्यान जाता है कि मैं ये ले लूँ, वो ले लूँ, ये ले लूँ. You know, binge shopping, people go for shopping, आँख बंद करके आते हैं. So that time that Mooladhara is imbalanced. And they'll face problems in the hips, legs, muscles, many things. The next one, now as you're focusing more, you will rise the energy up. ये energy को अपने को ऊपर उठाना है. And that's the practice of yoga and meditation. And your target is to take it to Sahasrara. So we'll gradually go up. So this is Swadhisthana. It is recognized by the color orange. Swadhisthana chakra, which is known as sacral chakra. Swadhisthana means well established. The Sanskrit meaning is well established. Now what blocks Swadhisthana is a guilt, a feeling of guilt. If you're feeling guilty all the time about कि मैंने ये कर लिया, वो कर लिया, you are blocking that chakra. जो हो गया, जिससे भी जो हो गया, वो हो गया. That is past. In present moment, you just be free of guilt, any kind of guilt. It is located 3 inches above the genitals, just below the navel, 3 inches above the genitals. So all the chakras are aligned. They are in one line with the spine basically. This chakra is associated with jala, water. So again the second element, jal. What happens with this chakra, if the energy is dominant here, then the person becomes like he wants to enjoy the world. He wants to enjoy everything in life. The sensuality and creativity rises. And it may so happen if he becomes overactive about it, overindulgent. He'll become overindulgent in sex or drugs or alcohol. Okay, that's going beyond a limit. ठीक है. इसका function क्या है? It regulates the bladder, kidney and reproductive system. So whatever is still here, you find all those organs are regulated by Swadhisthana. And if there is a malfunction or imbalance, then of course you have problems in bladder, kidney or the pelvic area. ठीक है. The third one, of course, there is Manipura or Manipuraka chakra. That is associated with bhuk, the nourishment and the hunger. Now that is at the navel. That chakra is at the navel, just behind the navel, between the spine and the navel, you can say. So this is when we were in the mother's womb. That's where we were attached with the umbilical cord, right? So this chakra signifies about the nourishment, hunger. So first is you will feel hungry if it is activated properly at a right time. You will take a right amount of food, right? And most important, it's associated with fire, sun. Okay, that's why it's yellow. So Tejas is what we call it. जिसका ये चक्र एक्टिव है, dominant है, he becomes a doer. He becomes a politician, a businessman. He wants to do something. He wants to just keep on doing something. He can't sit idle. Okay. मूलधारा जो है जिसका एक्टिव नहीं है वो लेजी हो जाता है, यहाँ वो एक्टिव बन जाता है. Then the gut instinct, I mean this chakra is about courage. So if this chakra is active, then you feel very courageous. You feel, हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि this guy has a terrific gut feeling. So he becomes a gutsy. She becomes very gutsy. Okay. So that overcomes the fear. Now, the function of this chakra is it regulates the stomach, liver, digestive system, intestine. And if there is imbalance in this chakra, what happens is one becomes gossiping, complaining, you know, that kind of a thing. Bad digestion हो जाता है. अगर bad digestion होगा तो you are not positive generally. Okay. Liver malfunction हो जाता है या pancreas में disturbance हो जाता है. So this is the importance of Manipuraka chakra, navel chakra. That's what it is called. Then the fourth most important is Anahata. That is a heart chakra. See, the color is green. Now, when you go in the forest or you take a long walk in the greenery, you feel so very nice because it appeals to the heart, right? So the greenery is the most appealing for this chakra. It's found at the solar plexus, right, where the rib cage is meeting, behind the solar plexus. What blocks is the grief. You feel negative about somebody or feel sad about something. So that is what it blocks. It's always as we say in yoga, pratipaksha bhavana. When you feel negative, when you feel grief, you just think of the opposite. And you are able to activate the chakra. The color of course is green. It is associated with Vayu, air. So that is what fourth element, right? वायु एयर. नाउ जिसका भी ये एक्टिव है चक्र, that person would become an artist. He would be like Bollywood, Hollywood star, even if he's not there. But his lifestyle is something, or his actions are like artistic. He or she would go for the best things in the world. If this is active, you feel a lot of love, kindness, compassion for others. Okay. Now, what happens when there is a blockage of this or malfunction of this chakra, when there is an imbalance? So then person has a heart related problems, lung infection and bronchitis, or many things. Okay, you start feeling negative about everything, right? Then comes a Vishuddhi. Vishuddhi is a throat here, the pit of the throat. It's also known as a sound chakra because it's associated with the sound. 8 billion population of world ka. You will never find a similar sound of two people. In the 8 billion people, you can copy a sound, but you will not be able to imitate on a regular basis, right? So the sound varies. So this chakra regulates the sound, your speech. जिसका ये चक्र एक्टिव होगा, the person will be very good in communication and speech. So that's the best part of it. And again, it is associated with the element of आकाश, space. ये फिफ्थ अपना पंच महाभूत हो गए. जिसका ये imbalance हो जाएगा, क्या होगा? The person will start speaking too much, okay, or the person will speak inappropriate, something which is not relevant. कुछ भी बकवास चालू कर देंगे. So that is the bad part of it. And the worst is the person will start speaking lies. So what blocks this chakra is the lies. The more you speak lies, the more the blockage of this chakra. So that's why our scriptures always they say that speak the truth, follow the truth. The next one is Agya, third eye chakra. Agya, the color is indigo. So Agya chakra is also known as Agya ka matlab hai command. So it's like commanding. So it commands many things from the cosmos. And if this chakra is active, what happens? You become dispassionate. You do not attach with things. You will, आप कहीं पे गए, you all went to Kashmir, no? बराबर है? You did not stay forever. Yeah. You went there, enjoyed Kashmir, okay, and you came back, you got detached. So you don't become like passionate about everything. जो भी है, आपने खाना खाया, enjoy किया, you don't overeat. So you become very balanced in that respect. So you get detached with or dispassionate about things, and most important, it is known as a third eye. So when your energy is rising to that level, it's like the third eye opening of Shiva. It destroys all which is negative, all which is materialistic, because then the goal is spiritual uprising. You want to rise spiritually. So your third eye opens up, you burn out everything. Everything becomes ashes, all which is not required for your further growth. अगर ये imbalance हो जाता है तो क्या है? Lack of clarity. You will not be very clear about everything. You feel stuck in life. आप कुछ decision जल्दी नहीं ले पाते हैं. You feel you are like totally यहाँ जाओ, ये करूँ, वो करूँ. You are undecided all the time. Then of course insomnia, नींद की बीमारी हो जाती है. You won't be able to sleep properly. And sinus, of course. Otherwise, this chakra main function is brain, eyes, ears and nose. So it functions on a regular basis. It regulates the functioning of this. Then the next chakra is Sahasrara. Sahasrara is, of course, it is a crown chakra. It is signified by violet, color of violet. Now Sahasrara, जो अगर आपकी एनर्जी वहाँ तक पहुँच गई तो या enlightened. You see the Jesus and all, सबका फोटो देखते हैं, कृष्णा and all, पीछे होता है hello होता है, you know. So that hello is signifying Sahasrara, that the person is enlightened. So That's our goal of yoga. Let's see where we reach. Okay. Any questions? Anything?
How to reach Sahasra?
How to do this every day? Start with Muladhara.
How do we know that my chakras are on or not?
So, as I said कि जो symptoms बताया ना, जो imbalance होगा तो क्या होगा? See, अगर आपका ध्यान भटकता है, let's say I'm talking about the सूर्य नमस्कार करते हैं, आपका ध्यान भटकता है, you are not focused. So then your chakra is, it is imbalance, you are creating more imbalance in that. And that is why I told you कि ये blindfolded करो. Then you are, we see you there. See, हाँ, मूलाधारा एक्टिव करना है तो बेस्ट थिंग इज वॉकिंग ऑन द मड और ग्रीन ग्रास. ओके, हार्ट चक्र एक्टिव करना, या यू बी इन द मेडोज, बी इन द फॉरेस्ट, टेक अ नाइस लॉन्ग वॉक क्वाइटली without talking to anybody, alone. See, journey of yoga is basically alone, single. Okay, it's only we start with a group but we end up alone everywhere. So it's a lone ranger. So that is how you activate. The best activation, of course, first is exercise. So you overcome the laziness. You are getting up 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, doing your workout, doing your Surya Namaskar, whatever. Okay, that is, you are taking care, you are overcoming the dormant energy of Muladhara, which is making you lazy. You are overcoming the laziness. Barabar hai? So then you are sitting for meditation, and meditation you are just focusing, you are not thinking of anything else, you are becoming thoughtless gradually, which happens on a later stage, but you are practicing, and you settle down. So that is how the chakras start getting activated. Whatever you focus on, it activates. Anything?
Sahasra is outside the body.
Outside here, basically. So that's where actually Kundalini rises, no? When your Kundalini rises, that's when it takes a jump, okay, to Sahasrara. That means you are enlightened. You don't need anything in life. You are a totally giver. वहाँ तक पहुँचना, पहले सब कुछ डोनेट कर लो. इसलिए देखो, दीक्षा वगैरह लेते हैं. एनीबडी जैन? हाँ, दीक्षा में શું બધું આપી દે છે. सो दीक्षा लेते हैं, सब कुछ दे देते हैं ना. या आई मीन, अब वो जो किया, वो उनका जो लेवल, उनको जितनी उदारता दिखानी है वो हिसाब से. आप बोल रहे हो वो भी बराबर कि उन्होंने अपने बेटे बट्टे सबको दे दिया, वो अलग चीज़ है. वो दैट्स अ डिफरेंट थिंग. बट फॉर देम सेल्स नथिंग, दैट्स वन थिंग. एंड द वर्स्ट पार्ट आई हैव सीन इज बिकॉज नो इमोशन, देन दे बिकम इमोशनलेस. इवन उनका बाप भी उनका जो है ना, उनके पैर छुएंगे, उनको महाराज जी माने एक स्वामी समझेंगे. तो दैट इज़ वन थिंग. एंड द वर्स्ट पार्ट इज, उनकी दीक्षा लेते हैं तो बाल जो है ना, एक एक खींच के निकालते हैं. अब पुल आउट योर वन हेयर एंड सी. सो इट्स अ तपस्या. ओके, सो अपनी एक छोटी सी कुछ भी नहीं है तपस्या. And even for coming at 6 for Surya Namaskar, people make so much of fuss. Okay, so that's where they go wrong, right? Any other questions? So idea is that now you know the importance of this chakra, and you listen to the audio and focus on the chakras, focus on your breathing. Okay, then we'll talk about this later on someday. Okay, when Panchakosha, right? Okay, we start Surya Namaskar.
I would like to try that one day, that what you said, the flask group.
But so many people only that will not work out. We need more people.
No, it depends. It depends. अपनी energy कितनी है?
Wow, that was wonderful. What a really great summary. Because it's a very, very complicated sometimes, you have to talk about so many areas when it comes to chakras and nadis. But you've explained it so nicely, simplified it so nicely. So Himanshuji, I think we need to unmute you if that's okay. Yes, that was fantastic. Very good lecture there. Well done. And I'm sure that all your wonderful disciples and all your students would be really, really happy to have a teacher like you to share such amazing knowledge. And you also mentioned, whilst we were learning about this, that you did a Surya Namaskar, that you were just about to do that, but you said about the blindfolding. Exactly, well, tell us a little bit about that. Why did you decide to do some kind of a yoga or meditation practice, but wearing the blindfolds?
Yeah. Before that, you asked me a question which I mentioned to you that I'll answer a little later after showing this video. That was about why and how I started this Surya Namaskar on the beach.
Yes.
Yeah, as a kar seva. Yeah. So my present home since 2011 is on the beach, and this place has enriched me immensely with peace, because in 2011 I had a tsunami in my life, a personal emotional breakdown. So, and that was immensely devastating, and this place gave me so much of peace that I thought of paying back to the society. And what I saw on the beach was people running, jogging, and doing some other crazy exercises. But what they lacked was serenity and flexibility, much required, the serenity part of it. So I thought of introducing yoga and Surya Namaskar as a kar seva, and it started with a small group, and then it grew up, and we had so many events where we had participation of 150 people, and even the bigger events also we had affiliated with the other group, about 800 people. So that kind of events keeps on happening. So we have a group which is right now around about 200, 250 people, and then the extended group. So that's how it is going on. And yeah, coming back to other question about the blindfold. So I would say the blindfolding, it gives me, it optimizes my practice. Basically, it gives me enough time to stretch, because I mean everything is about stretching in yoga.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but my question was, why blindfolding? Because I mean, I know we must be connected to the senses or something like that, right?
Yes. So it's again pratyahara, that is withdrawal of senses. So we're withdrawing the senses. What generally happens on the beach? I mean, I thought of it because people know me. There are a lot of friends passing by, so there will always be a distraction, and I mean, my practice was going out of focus. So I thought, why not try with the blindfolded? So I started blindfolded, and after a few years, we had Sushma ji. Yeah, please come. Yeah, she's basically a homemaker, and she also started, and then followed by Pratima, and then of course the twins Anshika and they are in UP. So
yes, you have got 2 10-year-olds as well. So children also get to practice this.
So the 10-year-old twins, they started practicing blindfolded, and then of course I promoted to my entire group. Yeah, here Anshika, you're there.
Let's see if we can find Anshika. Hello, Anshika. Global namaste to you, my dear. You need to yes. Hello.
Global namaste.
Global namaste. And I know that you do Surya Namaskar. Do you with Himanshu ji?
What?
You do Surya Namaskar. You do Surya Namaskar exercises with Himanshu ji.
Yes. Yes.
So tell us, why do you practice? What benefits do you get from it? आपको क्या अच्छा लगता है?
I like to do Surya Namaskar because I do Surya Namaskar, so I get concentration and I get the good benefit of the Surya Namaskar.
Right. And what benefits do you get from Surya Namaskar? What is the benefits? What do you feel? So it makes you focus, concentrate, anything else?
I feel best to do yoga, and it is very nice to do yoga, and I do yoga. I like to do yoga because I get benefit concentrations.
That's lovely. And how old are both of you? Are you 10 years old, both of you?
Yes, yes, yes.
And both twins?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Wow, what lovely, lovely, gorgeous twins, eh? Brother and sister, both same age, lovely. So, carry on doing your Surya Namaskar, do really well, and keep up the good work and become good role models for other children. Anshika?
Yeah.
आप कंटिन्यू करो, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हो. I'm sure कि और भी आपका फ्रेंड है वो इंस्पायर होंगे. So that's very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well done. So thank you for joining us today, Anshika, and thank you for your brother as well for joining us today. Have a lovely day. Thank you, and a global namaste.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because the children are enjoying doing these Surya Namaskars, and it must be so good for their flexibility and so good for their health as well, isn't it?
I would say they are like a bonus to me for my Kar Seva, because it was very challenging to engage the children, and they stay all along and they've been coming from last 6-7 months, and they stay for the entire 2 hours. And imagine a children of the age of 10 to stay on the mat continuously.
Yeah. Well, we've got some evolved souls already there, that sounds like. Yeah. They themselves will get drawn to such places, so which is really wonderful. So yeah, but Himanshuji, you are also going to help our audience members try out some exercises. What will you be able to show us today so they can also try out some exercise with you? You mentioned about your special innovative pioneering style of slow Surya Namaskar.
Yes, so I devised a Surya Namaskar, which is the first of its kind globally. It's the slowest form of Surya Namaskar, where we do 12 cycles in 1 hour. So it's, one Surya Namaskar is 5 minutes. Before that, we used to do 108 Surya Namaskar. So our group is on 108 Surya Namaskar group Juhu. So we used to do 108 in 80 minutes. So that was faster work. So this one I devised because it has a multiple advantage. So it works from physical to, the physiological to psychological, and from psychological, you can take it to the psychophysiological level.
How does that happen? What is what's the difference there?
So the physical, of course, when we're talking about a physical level, because you are holding the posture for a longer duration. So, a person doing gym or a weightlifting, he or she will not be able to do this kind of Surya Namaskar, because they have to hold the postures and they are not flexible enough. They are not used to holding it. Okay, their muscles are very rigid.
Right. So yes.
Yeah. So the physical level, of course, it gives a good strength. It is said, slower the exercise, stronger the muscles.
Right. So that's something good for all of us to learn. So all you listening out there, don't just do quick, 10 minutes, I've done my exercise. If you hold up each posture, that's when where you get the gains.
As we say the bicep, when we do the biceps, you hold it and you release it slowly. And I'm sure that if you're doing, let's say, reps of 12 reps of maybe 12 5 times, you will not be able to do even maybe a rep of 5 times,
Yes. So the idea of the Surya Namaskar, to do it very slowly, the first part is to make sure that you hold your poses for longer, so you build strength and flexibility.
And you have enough time to adjust, to stretch your body and to align the postures. So very less chances of injury. There is no chance of injury. So
very important.
It works for all age groups. I mean, for us in our group, we have tried and tested with from the age group of 8 to 80. So even the 80-year-old can do this chakra meditation, Surya Namaskar, easily. Of course, with depending on their fitness level, of course. Yeah.
Yes. So, and you mentioned also the physiological, you mentioned the psychophysiological. What do you mean by that? Yes.
So psychological, yeah, once you take, as I said, we do it blindfolded. So we take the focus within. So we are focusing on the breath. Breath is yoga, breath is life, right? So we're focusing on the breath. And again, it activates the chakras, because when you focus on the chakra and the breath, as I asked the first question in my talk, that where did the breath go? So we have 72,000 nadis. So the breath has to supply to all the nadis. So when we're breathing slowly, so it encompasses the aspects of pranayama also, because normal breathing is 12 to 16 breaths a minute. Whereas here we take 1 or 2 breaths a minute. So we slow down the breathing process.
Right, right. So you're actually distributing prana around your body. So
yeah, exactly.
The life force which is in your breath, you're actually allowing it to and clear it through the toxins, also being able to be dispersed slowly through that, right? Process.
Yeah. So instead of being a rabbit, we are being a tortoise. So,
living longer and more healthier.
Yeah.
Yes, go and steady wins the race, as they say. Oh, it's fantastic. We have about 10 minutes left or so. Perhaps if you'd like to show us the wonderful exercise, I would love to see that. And all of you out there who are watching all over the world, wherever you are at the moment, whether it's Dubai, Malaysia, Hong Kong, or Kenya, or of course the UK, please join in and enjoy this wonderful Surya Namaskar innovative styled meditation.
We'll play the video of that too. We have recorded on the beach. We have been doing on the beach. As I said, Pancha Mahabhut, all the 5 elements of cosmos. So that enriches our practice.
Wow. Please go ahead. We'd love to see that. That sounds really exciting. Thank you.
Yeah.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्
Standing in Pranamasana, contemplate on Anhata or heart chakra, breathing normal. Inhaling, go into Hasta Uttanasana, contemplating on Vishuddhi or throat chakra.
Om
Exhaling, bending forward, go into Padahastasana, keeping focus on Mooladhara or root chakra. Taking right leg back with slow and deep inhalation, move into Ashwasanchalasana, focusing on Agya or third eye chakra. Now retaining breath, move into plank position, maintaining focus on Vishuddhi or throat chakra. Exhaling, move into Ashtanga Asana, keeping focus on Swadhisthana chakra. With slow and deep inhalation, move into Bhujangasana, keeping focus on Mooladhara or root chakra. Exhaling, go into Adha Mukha Svanasana or mountain pose, focusing on Vishuddhi chakra. Taking right leg forward with slow and deep inhalation, move into Ashwasanchalasana, focusing on Agya or third eye chakra. Exhaling, go into Padahasta Asana, focusing on Mooladhara or root chakra. Inhaling, go into Hasta Uttanasana, focusing on Vishuddhi or throat chakra. Going into Pranam Asana, taking your right leg up, breathing normal, keep maintaining focus on Anhata or heart chakra. Ekam. Standing in Pranamasana, contemplate on Anhata or heart chakra, breathing normal. Inhaling, go into Hasta Uttanasana, contemplating on Vishuddhi or throat chakra. Exhaling, bending forward, go into Padahasta Asana, keeping focus on Mooladhara or root chakra. Taking left leg back with slow and deep inhalation, move into Ashwasanchalasana, focusing on Agya or third eye chakra. maintaining breath, move into plank position, maintaining focus on Vishuddhi or throat chakra. Exhaling, move into Ashtanga Asana, keeping focus on Swadhisthana chakra. With slow and deep inhalation, move into Bhujangasana, keeping focus on Mooladhara or root chakra. Exhaling, go into Adha Mukha Svanasana or mountain pose, focusing on Vishuddhi chakra. Taking left leg forward with slow and deep inhalation, move into Ashwasanchalasana, focusing on Agya or third eye chakra. Exhaling, go into Padahasta Asana, focusing on Mooladhara or root chakra. Inhaling, go into Hasta Uttanasana, focusing on Vishuddhi or throat chakra. Going into Pranam Asana, taking your left leg up, breathing normal, keep maintaining focus on Anhata or heart chakra. Dve. We are now ready for deep relaxation. So lie down on your mat, straighten the legs, your palms rolled open towards the sky, but the feet rolled out to the sides, and completely let go from head to toe.
I'm Minu, a housewife. A blindfolded yoga session makes me feel very blissful and energetic.
Great.
Thanks a lot for sir for giving us such a wonderful session.
My pleasure. Yeah. I'm blessed.
My name is Bhupender, and it was very nice of Himanshu sir to do so much of deep research, because this requires a lot of research and it's a very difficult subject to explain, and it was wonderful on his part to have it made it easier for us, and it will be very useful, but we need to work more on this on a regular basis. Thank
Great.
you.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Due to sir's motivation, we do this blindfolded Surya Namaskar, and today sir gave us lots of knowledge. Yes, and I'm very happy. Yes, sir.
Great, lovely.
Thank you, sir.
Come, Pratima. Wow.
Okay, so my name is Pratima, and I think this blindfolded concept is so unique because youngster like us, जिनका mind हमेशा wandering रहता है, यहाँ वहाँ भागता है, concentration करना बहुत difficult होता है, but with this blindfolded is very easy because ध्यान यहाँ वहाँ जाता ही नहीं और कुछ समझ भी नहीं आता, and then the 12 सूर्य नमस्कार feels like just 5-6 किए वो इतनी जल्दी कैसे हो गया. So for me it works great. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Counseling.
Hi, hello. Thank you, sir, Himanshu sir, for giving us such an opportunity to have yoga and our physical and spiritual things also become very enlightened. और अभी हम लोग ब्लाइंड फ्लोर है तो अभी स्टार्ट किए जस्ट फ्यू डेज बैक. इट वाज इनफैक्ट वी वर नॉट नोइंग दैट सच ए ब्लाइंड फ्लोर में इतना बेनिफिट्स है. अदरवाइज वी वुड हैव स्टार्टेड लॉन्ग बैक. एंड सर ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. वी आर वेरी फॉर्चुनेट to have this Panchbhuta here also. Panch Mahabhuta and 7 chakras of yogas today you have taught us, which we were not knowing till now. What is this 7 chakras? We always used to hear your audio in 7 chakras, but never knew what is this 7 chakras. Today was the first day we came to know what is this 7 chakras. And when I started the today's session, I concentrated on the chakras today itself.
Oh, wow.
Because I was not knowing till now what these chakras are.
Excellent.
So that is a great opportunity. And sir, these classes which you are conducting is all free, and which is very rare. It is a city like Mumbai which is very commercial. No one does such car seva, and it's not easy for a person to give so much of time and so much of energy, and always he spends money also on so many events and all this on this beach, which is we are very fortunate to have him at this session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, I am Brajesh, and I thank you, sir, for all the dedication that he gives. Blindfold brings in the 3C in me. It brings in calm, composure, and concentration, which helps a lot of compactness into my mind. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, I am Kaushik Shah. I have been doing Surya Namaskar with sir for the past 6-7 months. But the best part is, Himanshu sir puts in always an extra effort to try to bring improvements in each and every thing in the Surya Namaskar. So we started with basic Surya Namaskar, then we went on to blindfolded. Then today he taught us all the importance of the 7 chakras and what is their significance. So he makes it a point that all his students also come up to his level, or at least aspire to be like him. So that is one of the biggest thing which I see in this test.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Kaiser. Before I start saying anything, I would like to just do a namaskar to sir. Himanshu sir is an amazing person. He does this yoga kar seva for free for all. Whoever wants to come can come and join, and he spends a lot of time and money and effort into making this successful. I thank him again once again.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Mayur Dhruva અને સર સાથે લગભગ ઓલમોસ્ટ 7 to 8 years 6 yearsથી હું લગભગ સાથે છું સરની. એન્ડ જે એફર્ટ લે છે મારી માટે, હું લેટ આવું છું, દેન ટુ ઓલ્સો હી ઇઝ સ્માઇલિંગ ઓલ ધ ટાઈમ વિથ મી, અને મને કહે છે કે ટકોર ઓલવેઝ કરે છે કે નહીં યાર તું ટાઈમ પર આવ ઓલવેઝ. બટ બ્લાઇન્ડ ફોલ્ડેડ હેલ્પ મી ધ એક્સપિરિયન્સ, ધ એનર્જી વિથિન, the flexibility of my body, and I became the observer of my thoughts.
Wow, that's great.
So મને ઘણી હેલ્પફુલ થઈ છે આ બ્લાઇન્ડ ફોલ્ડેડ. અને 12 સેશન્સ કેવી રીતે પતી જાય છે, હું તરત જ બંધ કરી દઉં છું. એન્ડ મારે કોન્સન્ટ્રેશન, ફોકસ બધું જ ઓલમોસ્ટ મારા અંદર એનર્જી પર જ હોય છે ऑलमोस्ट. तो थैंक्स टू सर.
वेलकम.
बहुत अच्छा लगता है सर. और यहाँ पे सूर्य नमस्कार करके स्ट्रेचिंग हो जाता है बॉडी के अंदर, और सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है. और यहाँ आके ये सूर्य नमस्कार करके बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
थैंक यू. वेलकम.
So hi, I am Deepak Mehta, and to take focus within is the toughest part in yoga, and it is the ultimate goal, and it takes years to achieve that. But when you are doing blindfolded, you can go into it within a minute, and that's the greatest part of doing blindfolded. So I would recommend everyone to try it at least once and experience this unique form of Surya Namaskar blindfolded. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. I really loved that. I love that concept. I'm going to try it. I really will try this. That was a really good, and well done to all the students and all the participants who took part and shared their experiences, because I think that was also very inspiring, to find out what everybody had to say. So well done. Himanshu, you and your team have done an amazing job. Thank you very much for joining us today. We look forward to inviting you again in the future to continue enlightening the rest of us here, and of course our audience members out there. And good luck with the wonderful contribution that you're making in the world of spirituality and meditation. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Himanshu ji. Thank you, everybody else as well. Thanks for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. So there you go. There we had our wonderful Himanshu Mehta, all the way from India, Juhu Beach, and of course doing all the wonderful work he's doing from Mumbai, the commercial city of whole of India. But still, he carries on doing all this wonderful charitable work. So we're very proud of him. We now move all the way from India, all the way down to Romania. And I would like to say a very big global namaste to a very beautiful lady and a very beautiful soul. Her name is Roxana Luca. Hello, global namaste, Roxana.
Hello, honey. Thank you so much. Namaskaram.
Namaskaram. What a beautiful, beautiful aura you have. I just wanted to do a quick little introduction about you so that people know who you are and what you do. So let me tell everyone, all our global Healing Our Earth family members who are watching today, that Roxana Luca is from Romania, and she actually completed her first Isha Foundation program in 2016. This was followed by a 6-month period of intensive training at the Isha Yoga Center in India. And this also with around 1,750 hours of focused time to be able to learn and to deliver the tools of the classical Hatha Yoga. She's remained a teacher and a volunteer as well ever since, conducting yoga classes across Europe. And of course, Roxana has not just been based in Romania, but she's also taught audiences in UK, Slovenia, Austria, Hungary, and many, many other places. Roxana will today share a very special meditation to connect with Mother Earth and share with us the importance of protecting our planet through an initiative called Save Soil. So, Roxana, I'm really looking forward to finding out a little bit more. I know I gave a little overview of who you are and what you do, but tell us a little bit about how did you get involved in the world of yoga, and why Isha Foundation?
Yeah, so thank you so much for the image. And my background is in theater, and at some point I wanted a little bit of clarity and balance. So I searched meditation online, and I stumbled upon Sadhguru. I liked the way he was speaking, and so I started doing a meditation called Isha Kriya that you can find on YouTube. And I did it for 3 weeks, every day intensely, and I really felt a difference. I felt pleasant within myself and grounded. So I said to myself, well, let's see what else there is. So I did the basic course, which is called Inner Engineering. And that now is also taught online due to the pandemic. And I felt quite different. And my thoughts were not all over the place. My emotions were pleasant. And I felt full of life. So I decided to go to India, to the Isha Yoga Center in South India, where, like you said, I did the teacher training, and most of all, I volunteered there. And it was a very deep experience to see so many people from around the world so intensely involved in the smallest activity. Isha Foundation has a lot of projects. It has support from over 11 million volunteers worldwide, like Green Hands project that started in 2006 to create 10% additional green cover, and it continued. Foundation got the Guinness World Record for planting the most trees in one day, over 852 trees. And it continued with 2017, when the foundation launched Rally for Rivers, which is a campaign to implement sustainable long-term policy changes to revitalize India's severely depleted rivers. It became one of the largest environmental campaign in history with over 162 million supporters. And that also continued. 2019 cover calling, 125,000 farmers adopted tree-based agriculture, which enriches the soil and retains the water. Income increase, and now 62 million trees have been planted. Now the aim is 2.4, so it's a long way still to go. So we still need volunteers and people who should join these kinds of projects.
Wow. So the Isha Foundation, you find it very interesting because you mentioned 11 million volunteers around the world that follow. And of course, Sadhguru's teachings are amazing because he's always promoting how to become a better human being. And you yourself have trained as an Isha. What is the name? What would your title be as a practitioner?
Isha Hatha Yoga teacher.
Okay, so Isha Hatha Yoga teacher, fantastic. So, Roxana, I know that you've done all of this, but why yoga? What does yoga mean to you? Because I know we talk about yoga means a union between, our soul and the universe, etc. What does yoga actually mean? How would you describe it for you? The kind of yoga you do, or generally?
Yes. So usually when you utter the word yoga, everyone has a notion of what it should be or could be. And so I thought in the beginning that it means to be in a certain posture and that's it. But usually people think that if you sit on your head, that's yoga. And if you're on your feet, that is normal. But I discovered that yoga is not about doing anything in particular. It is a way of being. It is a certain way in which a person can be. That is yoga, and that's the meaning for me. And I realized that this body is an instrument. It's a fantastic and powerful instrument, and yoga is towards realizing that.
Right, that's very beautiful. I believe you had a video as well sometime, there was like a little short video that explained what yoga is. Would you like to share it perhaps with the rest of our audience members if you'd like?
Definitely.
Sure, our team will allow you to share right now. So if you wanted to show the actual video, I think this will be wonderful. So as we know that Roxana will shortly be sharing a little video that explains what is yoga. And I believe it's Sadhguruji explaining that as well.
Yes, so it will be Sadhguru in the video explaining a short intro about what yoga is. He's been working tirelessly his entire life to bring these tools to the people so they can manage their inner self properly. So we'll watch this now.
Sure, thank you.
Yoga means to be in perfect tune. Your body, mind and energy are absolutely aligned. Once you have yourself, the different aspects of your existence, physical body, the psychological structure and the energy structure are well aligned. You are alive without any friction within yourself. Once there's no friction within you, you are no more the issue in your life. Well, other issues are there. In fact, when you're not an issue, any issue in the world is okay. You can confront it, you can handle it. Some we can solve, some we cannot. But you don't have to be afraid of any situation, nor do you have to avoid any situation, because you are friction-free. You are not the issue anymore. Let's make this at least happen.
Well, that's very interesting. There you go, where your mind, body and energies are all in tune. That's really great. And when we talk about the body, the mind, we always forget the energies because we have an energetic body as well, and an energetic system, not just us, but around us, like an aura. So we need to ensure that everything is working in harmony and balanced there. Yes, that's amazing. And you also, what I found very interesting, Roxana, was you work on this project, and I believe that you've launched something called Conscious Planet. So I'm very much about helping the planet. And healing our earth is definitely about transformation, starting from a person, themselves, an individual, communities, nations, or even the planet itself, to heal everything we can and transform everything positively. So what is this Conscious Planet movement?
Yes, so it's a Save Soil movement, Conscious Planet, and it's called Save Soil Movement. When we talk about environment concerns, usually we talk about global warming, climate change, pollution, water scarcity. But there is one massive immediate problem that humanity is facing, which most of us don't even know of, and it's extinction of soil. And what does this mean, extinction of soil? It means that around the world, because we have not paid the right kind of attention to it, soil is losing its vitality and turning into sand. Now, the Save Soil movement is a call to action for each one of us to urge our governments to create policies to revitalize the soil that nurtures our life. Already 52% of our agricultural land is depleted. So I could show you a video in which we can find out more about the issue to understand it properly.
Of course, yes, that would be wonderful. And of course, just to clarify this, so what is happening is when the soil has become degraded, what tends to happen is when you try to plant vegetables and fruits, before you would have had nice 100% of lovely nutrition and things like that from that fruit, etc., or whatever you're growing. But nowadays, because of the soil, and there isn't much nutrition and energy in the actual soil, what tends to happen is we only get 30% or 50% of the actual vitamins and vital nutrients from the food. Is that right? Is that what we mean by the soil? So when we're, it's dead, it's becoming dead rather than being nice and alive.
It is. And it's even less than you said, nutritious value. What you ate in the 20s, now one orange, now you need to eat 9 oranges to get the same amount of nutrition. So what happens is if you have organic matter in sand, that becomes soil. If you take the organic matter out of the soil, that becomes sand. And now most of the land is under 3% organic matter, and the minimum is 3%. So what we should do now, we can reverse this if we all work together to put back the soil under shade and plants, and put back animal and plant waste. So the earth or the soil actually eats as well something.
Yes, now that's wonderful. I would love to see that video, because I remember from what I recall that Indian villages many years ago, the farmers would actually put cow dung back into the soil again, and they would literally, after the crops have been whatever they do with the crops harvested, they would then go back, put all the cow dung on it, and let the soil refertilize and the compost take place, and then later on the next season they would replant, and you'll always have the soil full of nutrition because of that. But nowadays it's more fertilizers and pesticides and things which actually removes. Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead. Please show us the video. Would love to see that.
Yes, definitely. So here it comes.
Thank you.
We are talking about climate change, carbon emissions, and global warming and various other aspects. But we are not addressing soil. Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways. Every responsible scientist in the world and the UN agencies are clearly saying we have only 80 to 100 harvests left. That means approximately 45 to 50 years of agricultural soil left on the planet. By 2045, we will be producing 40% less food than what we are producing right now, and our populations will be 9.3 billion people. The food shortages that could manifest in the next 25 years, the consequences of that is unimaginable. Civil wars will unfold across the world once there is food shortage. What we are facing now is soil extinction. Why is soil becoming extinct? Where is it going away? What is happening to our soil? We must understand, if you add organic content to sand, sand will turn into soil. If you remove all organic content from the soil, soil will become sand. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content should be between 3 to 6%. The most minimum is 3%. At least this minimum to keep the soil alive, to keep the soil as living soil is a must. Agricultural soils across the world, the depletion is so heavy. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone in the last 100 years. The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it, now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food.
Soil is the biggest ecosystem on the planet, and so few people know anything about it. 1 teaspoon of healthy soil probably contains more microbes than there are people on Earth.
The microbial life in the first 12 to 15 inches of topsoil is the basis of our existence. It is this magic beneath our feet which has produced the life that we are. This first 12 to 15 inches of soil is the basis of life for 87% of life on this planet, including you and me.
We have to begin to recognize that what we call our soil, Mother Earth, is a living organism.
Open soils, ripped open by ploughing, open to sunlight, is the basis of destruction of microbial life. So the focus should be on agriculture, the focus should be on seeing that land is under shade as much as possible, some kind of shade, grasses, herbs, bushes, trees. Conscious Planet is launching Save Soil movement to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers, a lone motorcycle journey, 30,000 kilometers across 24 nations to activate support from the citizenry to assure the governments long-term investments will be appreciated. So it's extremely important that soil regeneration is enshrined in the policy of every government on the planet. We must change the narrative on the planet that soil is a wealth, a legacy we have received from previous generations, and we have to pass it on as living soil for future generations. We are in a cusp of time. If you do the right things now, in the next 15 to 25 years, we can significantly turn this situation around and regenerate the soil. But if we allow this to progress like this for another 30 to 40 years, after 40 years if we attempt this, then it could take 150 to 200 years because that much loss of biodiversity would have happened. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world, every human being on the planet should talk soil. We must hear the word soil, save soil everywhere to see that the narrative on the planet changes towards the most vital aspect of our life, the soil. Each one of you should reach as many people as you can to make this happen. Many global leaders and influencers are already participating in the movement. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
From my part, as much as I can contribute.
We're going to save the soil. Do your part.
And saving the soils.
Our future, our children's future, and our planet's future depend on it.
Save the soil.
We know what we must do, so let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Wow, that's incredible. I love Sadhguruji's work. It's amazing. You know, I'm just coming on from July doing some work as a district chair for the Rotary Environment Committee. So I've been really, really excited to do lots more work within the environment field. And I believe that it's very, very important. So when I heard about Sadhguruji's great work that he's doing right now, it's fantastic. And you also had a special meditation, is that right, Roxana, where people can also get a chance. And you know, we have maybe another 5-10 minutes or so just to wrap up. But if you had maybe a short meditation that some people and our audience members could learn of, how would we do this soil meditation? What is this soil meditation?
So it's going to be a few minutes, and it's a process guided by Sadhguru. Now, you will utter a certain sound and go through an imaginative process. All you have to do is, once he says to close your eyes, go along with the instruction and let yourself be guided by this meditation. See what happens afterwards.
I love that beautiful smile and that lovely radiant $1 million smile. I love it. Yes, sure, we would love to try that. And all our wonderful Healing Hour family members, do join in, because this is such an important thing for us to all collectively be involved in. And if we can just share with our friends and family about Save Soil, why not? Just share. That's all it is telling other people or sharing it on your social media. So definitely, Roxana. So please go ahead, and we're all going to try this special soil meditation. I'm going to try it as well. Yes. So here you go.
Wonderful.
This is for everybody. So for this to happen, one important thing is all of us connect in a powerful way. There is a simple process that we have set up for Save Soil movement. We can do this together right now. I hope you're sitting, not walking on the street or something. If you are somewhere else, just sit down somewhere, okay? You'll be making a little bit of noise, but not enough to disturb the traffic. Sit with your hands open like this, slightly upturned face, eyes closed, and with your mouth closed, you will make the sound continuously you make the sound After that is over, when I ask you to stop, you stop that and bring both your hands, first the left hand and then the right, just beneath your throat, just beneath the pit of your throat. Hold it like this, one upon the other, and sit there like this and envision a world in the next 3 to 8 years' time. Envision a world which is full of rich soil, very rich food, and wonderful human beings, and wonderful every other life. We'll do this. Please close your eyes, hands open like this, and with a slightly upturned face. Let's make this sound. Keep your eyes closed. Take both your hands and place it just beneath your throat upon your chest. Sit still and visualize the entire earth, soil becoming fully alive and rich and throwing out a phenomenal amount of life out of itself. Plants, bushes, trees, worms, insects, animals, birds, human beings, all rich and healthy, living full lives of their own. Visualize this with as much detail as you can. Visualize this with as much detail as you can. The rich soil throwing out immense amount of life in the form of grasses, bushes, trees, plants, worms, insects, birds, animals, human beings, all with rich life, strong and rich life, living full, exuberant lives, as they should, every life. Take your own time, take your own time, slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes.
Wow, that was beautiful. Wasn't that lovely? I tried it. And what is the reason we do that? Because what are we activating at that time?
That is to activate the upper part of the body. If you feel the reverberation starting from the pit of your throat and going up to the tip of your nose. So you're activating this upper part of the body, which is important for the process to imagine how you're living on a conscious planet.
Right, so ready for the visualization. So helping to visualize in a great way. Yeah, because I kept feeling an energy or more here, all the time. Yeah. So which is a very nice, interesting energy.
So you can do this practice every day. You sit with your palms facing upwards, hands open, eyes closed, face slightly upturned, and you utter the sound continuously for 7 minutes. You continue to keep your eyes closed and sit with a slightly upturned face. Stop the sound. And then put both the hands, right one over the left at the bottom, at the top of your chest, just beneath the neck, the throat. And for 2 to 3 minutes, you imagine that you're part of a conscious planet. So you can do this every day.
Oh, very nice. That's beautiful. So that's our little gift to the world. And if we all do it collectively, that will be such a wonderful way, because it actually generates the energy. It actually manifests, doesn't it, through consciousness?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I think if we and you mentioned about 11 million followers of Sadhguruji, if we added another 11 million around the world, can you imagine how powerful that would be? So very nice. Well, Roxana, I just wanted to say thank you very much. If people wanted to find out more about the Safe Soil, I believe it's safesoil.org, is that right? That people are able to go and visit.
Or consciousplanet.org.
Okay, so you can go to consciousplanet.org or safesoil.org, and you can find out lots of information, and you can literally just share that information with your friends, family, links, etc. I think there's tools as well, banners, photographs, everything that people need to help to support the campaign. Roxana, I just wish you and of course Sadhguruji the best of luck. Congratulations for such a wonderful initiative. We're moving on to our next guest, of course, which is Hitesh Tuteja, very shortly. So meanwhile, keep up the great work, and thanks for joining us all the way from Romania.
Thank you so much.
Very well done. Keep up great work. So namaste to you and a global namaste, of course, to yourself. And moving, of course, after Roxana with that beautiful meditation and the wonderful information that she has shared with us. And of course, the meditation practice that you can go help and support. And I'm sure that it'll be good for you as well. Relax for the 7 minutes as well. So I'm sure it'll be good for everyone. We're moving on to Hitesh ji. Hello. Good. How are you, Hitesh ji?
I'm doing very good. How are you?
Very well, Hitesh ji. How are you? It's Hitesh Tuteja, and I know that I will do a quick little introduction about our dear Hitesh ji, who's going to be sharing some very, very wonderful information about the Brahma Kumari. So I will do a quick little intro here. Now, Hitesh Tuteja will be talking to us a little bit about how to create true inner peace. And BK, which is Brahma Kumari Hiteshji, is a Raj Yoga meditation teacher at the Brahma Kumari's Spiritual University. He's currently serving at the Brahma Kumari's headquarters, which is Mount Abu, and he has experience in conducting workshops on different topics for everyone all over India and abroad. He has also been part of the Mera Bharat Swarnim Bharat, so All India campaign for 3 years to spread awareness about spirituality and meditation, mainly under the youth wing of the Brahma Kumaris. And today Hitesh is going to talk to us about how to achieve a true inner peace. So what a wonderful topic for us to discuss, which at a time that we really need, right? With all the wars going on and so much unrest and so much mental issues going on for people around the world. So this is a very important topic. So Hitesh ji, to start off with, just wanted to ask, what does peace mean to you? And what does peace mean for all of us?
Yeah, as we were doing the meditation for 7 minutes, right? And most of the people find it very difficult to concentrate for continuously 7 minutes without guiding anything, right? Some people must have gone in the past. They must have reminded themselves something or the other thing. They must have thought about, the next food, dinner, lunch, whatever, wherever they are. Or some of the issue that, this should not have happened, this should have happened. So in my opinion, being peaceful, attaining true peace is that experiencing that you do not need anything. Nothing is pulling you. In this world, there are so many things, people get pulled towards. People are so much addicted. Even the compulsive thinking is there. They keep on thinking about the past incidents, or worrying about the future. These things will not let us feel peaceful. So in my opinion, being peaceful means that nothing is pulling you. If you do not want to think about something, you should not think about that thing, right? Yes. So this is what I believe, that attaining that true inner peace, that nothing should pull you. You should not be addicted to anything.
That's a very good way to think about it, because that's very practical, actually, Hiteshji. A very practical approach that people, if they want to gauge that are they peaceful or not in their life, then they can just maybe think that, are they being pulled in all directions? Are they feeling unrest within themselves? That in itself is not being very peaceful. That's very true. Yes, absolutely. And I had another question that, we always talk about doing yoga, and you teach Raj Yoga, Brahma Kumaris, and the whole organization, all the practitioners, leaders, teachers, trainers, they all share wonderful knowledge about the Raj Yoga practice. And what actually takes place in somebody's body? Because I've realized one of the most peaceful people that I know, my friends, they're all in the Brahma Kumari organization, very practically spiritual. What I mean is, in everyday life, they are very spiritual. They're great role models in terms of spirituality. So, what would you say? What actually takes place when you do regular practices? I'm just saying that maybe you could just sit there meditating. What is actually taking that's actually place in your body that's transforming you bit by bit by bit? What is happening?
Yes, it is a very big part which which gets transferred to the body. That I agree, because the kind of thoughts you create, the level of consciousness you are into, it it radiates to your body as well as to this whole world, right? Like we are talking about healing our earth. So in a practical way, we can heal our earth by changing ourselves, changing to the mind level, right? So yes, the Raj Yoga brings a lot of peace, a lot of happiness into yourself. Yourself means first thing is into the mind, and it starts radiating to your body. You start becoming more peaceful. Your voice automatically starts becoming, soft, I can say, because there is a saying that, the how you speak, how you write will tell you that, what kind of thoughts you are creating and what is the speed of the thoughts which is being created in your mind. So when the level of thoughts, the speed of thoughts starts reducing, you start creating conscious thinking, then, automatically speed of the thoughts starts reducing, and automatically in your words or in your actions, you will start feeling that patience, that calmness. So
Right.
as sister was sharing that the yoga means the union of mind, spirit, energy, and body, right? So Raj Yoga means the same, which means first is Raj means Raja, king, becoming the king of your own self, becoming a conscious thinker. Like I said, that if you do not want to think about the past, if you do not want to think about the things which really do not matter and creating anxiety in you, you should not think, right? You should not create negative thoughts about self or the others. Then you should have the power not to do that, right? So Raj Yoga means becoming king of your own self. We will talk about it later in details, but I'm just explaining you that Raj Yoga means becoming conscious thinker, aware of what kind of thoughts you are creating. So when I started meditation and when I got introduced to Brahma Kumaris, as you said that, practical spiritual people, right? So one thing which caught so much attention of me, that here everything was that you do not have to change anything outside. First you have to change things inside. Whatever you're doing, whatever your way of working, whatever you're wearing, it does not matter. First you have to bring change inside. Your mind should be pure, your mind should be better, your mind should be peaceful. Then slowly it is going to reflect on the outside, the outer surface, right? But in that thing, I got to know that, throughout the day, you just have to keep a consciousness. We'll talk about it later, but keep a consciousness that what I am thinking throughout the day. So in that manner, I would say that things change rapidly and, it starts reflecting on you. But one thing is for sure, that we emphasize very much on changing self, changing thought process. I believe that even if I get 10 minutes, I will think about how can I change myself? Because if I change myself, I can be helpful to the world, because I will not ask anything in return, right? I will be more compassionate. I will be more accepting. So I always think that even if I get 10 minutes, I will think that how can I contribute more to this world by thinking correctly, by healing this word, by sending some positive vibrations to this word. So I think this explanation answered.
Oh, this is a beautiful explanation. I love it. It's beautiful and a very important one, and something that everyone can follow as well, I think, because thoughts are energy, and everything you're thinking about is actually creating your reality too. So if you have this beautiful, positive thinking, if you have good thoughts for the world, you're also giving out good energies for everything. It's a very, very beautiful description. Thank you for sharing that. And I believe we have our wonderful co-host here, Dr. Lalit Soda. Hello, Global Namaste, dear Lalit ji.
Global Namaste to you, Hani ji. And a global Namaste to my dear friend Hitesh Bhai, and Om Shanti to you.
Om Shanti, how are you? Good to see you here.
Laliji, you must have some questions for Hiteshji while we have him here, of course, because you always have such amazing questions.
Haniji, I would just like to elaborate on the question you asked Hiteshji on how do you find this Raj Yoga, the Brahma Kumari, so peaceful and so tranquil within them? Look at him. He's a living example of that. He's just the way he talks, his speech, his message, such amazing messages because they practice this daily and had made this their life and soul. Because even when he said 10 minutes, 10 minutes if he gets, he wants to see how he can better this world. What a consciousness and what a mind to think that, isn't it?
What evolved thinking? What evolved thinking? Because most people are, what can I do in that 10 minutes? What about me? What about this? I've got this issue. I've got that issue. That neighbor next door is blah, blah, blah. There's so many of that things going on in this world. And we need more conscious, evolved beings who are thinking of others and the whole of the humanity, so which is absolutely right, Lalitji.
Absolutely. And if I were given 10 minutes, my first thing would be, can I catch up on my nap?
Oh, you poor thing, you're a hard worker. Sometimes you're allowed.
So I'm going to ask Hiteshji a question. Hitesh bhai, Om Shanti to you, my dear friend. Yeah, I have a question for you. So you say and you sound and the message is absolutely amazing because the sound has such amazing aura. Now, how do you practice this personally? What is your day when you get up? How much do you sleep? Very briefly, if I may ask, because I know the session is limited, but very, very briefly. I mean, Haniji asked you this question, how come they're all this way? How do you do it? Would you share that with us?
Yes, I would share it with my experience in the starting. Right. So I was working as a mechanical engineer in a company. And when I got introduced to this organization, I had some issues in my life. Right. As a kid, as a college going student, you are very happy. But, those responsibilities of family, work, pressure, everything takes away your mental power so much. I did not realize it that time, but after getting into meditation, I started realizing it, right? So when I started meditating, and with meditation, as I said, that only meditation is not going to help. We need to have the spiritual knowledge with that too, because how can I calm my mind? How can I tell my mind that do not think about the future, do not crib about, complain about the past? You need something. You need those positive thoughts, positive information, so that it can process in you. Otherwise, the kind of environment we are into, it's not natural to create positive thinking, right? So when I started, we call it Murli class, we call it spiritual study. So when I started reading it every day and started applying it, and throughout the day, I just had one task. I changed my priority, that I just have to be, I have to be rather than do. I have to start being rather than doing. So that thing changed everything in me. I gradually started waking up early. So at 4 o'clock, I started waking up, and throughout the day, I was working, I was doing job as well as business. But throughout the day, I had this consciousness that after 1 hour, I'll take 5 minutes break for myself, and I will start creating some good thoughts, not attaching to the wrong thoughts. We'll talk about it later, that, how to create a gap between observer and thinker. Observer is me, soul, energy, and the thinker is my mind. Mind can create thoughts from anywhere. It can create thoughts from, kind of thoughts it can create, unrealistic, right? So we have to create a gap. So I started creating that, then I started feeling very peaceful. So at the end of the day, in the evening also, we have meditation session. In our whole routine, there is a part of evening meditation also. And, just before sleeping, you do the meditation, you talk to We do not call it meditation as, technical. We call it connecting. We call it communion, communication with God. We talk to God. We check our day. Throughout the day, we check that, what were the mistakes which happened, what made me sad, how can I improve on it, and the next day I'm ready to work on myself again. So that's it.
That's amazing, isn't it, Lalitji? I think we've got a lot to learn from this, haven't we?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Hitesh Bhai. Thank you, and Om Shanti to you. I will hand it over back to you, Hariji. Thank you for allowing me to pop in to say this is the beauty about my family with Healing Our Earth. It's so nice to just pop in and say hello to them and see all the members with Healing Our Earth. It's such an amazing platform to connecting people globally. So thank you very much, Healing. Thank you very much, Haniji, and thank you very much, Hitesh Bhai.
Oh, thank you. Global Namaste to you, dear Lalitji. Thank you. And I'm going to say Om Shanti to you as well as you leave.
Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Yes, I'm going to be more conscious with the way I say things. Yes, I think Hiteshji has already made, creating his magic here. So yes, Hiteshji. So today you're going to be talking about this fantastic topic called true inner peace. So please share with us, what do you have to share with us about the true inner peace, so that we can all get a chance to learn and absorb this wonderful wisdom of yours?
Yes, sure. So in today's time, the situations which occurs and disturb our inner peace are more of an inside rather than the outside, right? We get disturbed by people's behavior, their criticism, their way of doing the things, their non-accepting nature. You are not getting the credits. But right now, the more issue is inside. We self-create many things. We dig a deep hole and we start going deep into it, and we start feeling very bad about it, right? So to have a true inner peace, we need to have the self-awareness. We need to understand that who am I in real, what is my real identity, and we have to stop identifying ourselves in many things. We have to change some wrong beliefs which we are keeping for so long, and which are making us very miserable and unhappy. We need to understand that this issue is very, very prevalent in today's time. We see many people, like you said, that people are going through a lot of things. There are so many mental issues, but according to WHO, every 1 in 5 person goes through some mental illness throughout their life, at some part of their life. But according to my experience, I would say that 99 out of 100 people will go through some kind of mental issues. Mental issues means, I'll explain it, but in my experience, this happens because I have traveled. I've been part of that Mera Bharat Swarnim Bharat, and I have most of the learnings I have attained through talking to people, through conversation, through discussing with them that what is the exact issue going on. So a lot of people are going through, yes, anger, sadness. That is it has become very natural. We do not call it that anger is not normal. Right now we say that this is natural, right? So we take it very lightly. Right now people are using depression, anxiety words like anything, right? Normal vocabulary. So but actual depression, what is actual depression, what is actual anxiety, we really do not know what happens to that person. And I'm sure there must be few people in this meeting who have joined who must have gone through some depressive cycle or anxiety attacks. I recently had an experience of my very close one went through this kind of issue, anxiety attacks, and we really did not know that what was the exact issue. But by talking to that person for so many days, meeting in person, I realized many things that, um, sometimes we take things for granted. We do not pay attention to few things, and these things get, piled up, and it start affecting us a lot. So we do not keep attention on it. Just like food, right? We generally, they say that, till age 40 you eat anything, you will not feel like anything, you will not feel, bad. But after 40, it is going to show on your body. It is going to affect you. So we do not really pay attention to it. So similarly, we really do not think that this is affecting my mental health, emotional health, and we keep on doing the things even if we know that this is not good for me. And at some point of time, we start, feeling a breakout point, and we feel miserable, and we do not feel like, belonging to this world, feeling important, feeling unworthy. So we'll talk about that. But the first thing is that, to have a true inner peace, we need to understand that, whatever is taking away our mental peace, happiness, whatever is disturbing us, we need to work on it. It's as simple as that, right? So first thing which we need to understand is we need to understand about our own self. We must have learned about it. We must have listened about it, that, know yourself. But what to know about self? When I was in college, I used to read a lot of books. I used to think about it, that when people say that know yourself, what is the real meaning of know yourself, right? Accept yourself, know yourself. So they say very easily, people say that you are a soul, you are an energy, right? But what about it? What kind of soul? What energy? Usko sochne se hoga kya, right? So we need to understand, first thing is that, which means that energy being means that I am complete in myself. I am a whole. I am complete. I do not need anything of the outside to feel complete. What we do, we generally look for the things outside. We identify ourselves with the things, with the people. Parents identify themselves with their kids. A jobby person, a person who is working, will identify himself with the work. So if you have a big car, you will feel sad if anything, happens to your big car. So what is happening? We are identifying ourselves with the things or the people outside. And when whatever is going to happen to that thing or that person, we will feel sad, right? We have a habit of controlling things, right? We want to control everything. We want to control the people. We want to control the things. We want to control the situations as well. We think that, we literally think that this earth is spinning around the sun on my shoulders. If I take a rest, if I, do not do anything for 10 minutes, then, earth will stop spinning around the sun, right? So we think that we are the CEO of this universe. We command that, this person should not do this should not do this. So what I'm trying to explain is that I'm creating two lines, which is ego versus soul. One is ego, here we call it body consciousness, and the other is soul consciousness, being, right? So we need to understand about ego very much. It's a very deep subject. I'm going to share my experience, whatever I have learned about the ego. And the thing is, ego will always, but when I'm explaining ego means our mind games. Mind plays a lot of games with us. For example, I'm sure when we were kids, even if we got a little cut, we used to, paste a long bandage, and we used to go to school so that people ask us about, what happened. That's sympathy. Getting sympathy, getting attention is our habit, human nature, right? Similarly, that point was okay, but right now we seek sympathy. So our mind will create things that, mind will tell you that, you have this much issue in your life, you need this, this has happened to you. So my ego, mind game or thought pattern will not be a good one. It is going to create thoughts of sadness. It will make you feel like unworthy, incomplete. It will say that do this and do that. Whole social media, advertisement companies, they are all based on this ego satisfaction. You open the TV, open the YouTube, all ads are about do this, you will feel complete. Go there, you will feel peaceful. Have this, buy this. This product is from this hero, heroine, and if you act from this actor, if you buy this, then you will feel like that actor or actress, right? So we fall for that and we go for that. So what I'm trying to explain is that our focus is always on ego satisfaction. We have an argument with our loved one, right? Everyone have some arguments with our dear ones on some point of time, right? But our ego will fall for creating a conflict, not being the solution oriented, but the problem oriented. So what is happening? Ego satisfaction is creating disturbance. It will not want you to be peaceful. If you become peaceful, then that ego's work is complete. It will not have any work. It will not want you to be peaceful. It will tell you one or the other thing, that you need this, you do this. I have seen so many people, not able to sit for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, right? They start wandering here and there, just can't sit, right? So this is what it is, that if we have to become peaceful, we need to re-identifying ourselves. I'm saying re-identifying, but actually it is, we have to tell ourselves what is my real identity. So we have to, I would say that, removing all the attentions, removing all the, I would say, identity from the things, from the people, slowly and gradually, and bring it just here. Like you were saying, you could feel that warmth here when we were meditating. So this is what it is. Here, the soul lives here inside. So when we start focusing on our real identity, it's natural. We will start feeling peaceful, and we will start feeling that consciousness energy here, right? I am explaining you the symptoms as well as the solutions, so that we can, attain the true peace. So we are going little deep. It, may get little difficult to understand, but this is very important, right? Ego will always make you feel like you're guilty of something. So many people, have this feeling, I should not have done that. I could have done that differently. I should not have trusted that person with the money, with emotions, etc., etc., right? So to remove that guilt, we need to understand many things, what kind of guilt is there. But first thing, we have to tell our mind that, this is not you. This is not what it is. I'll explain you in details at the last. So ego will always try to control the solution. right? So we need to understand that we cannot control everything, and we cannot control what is not controllable. Generally, we try to control the uncontrollable, and we feel stress, we feel anxiety, and our peace takes a toss, right? So this is what it is about. Being emotionally strong, being mentally strong, we need to change few beliefs. We need to re-identify ourselves. We have to tell ourselves. First is awareness. What kind of thoughts I am creating? Is it helpful? What kind of thought it is? Negative. Negative means, like I said, that it is making me sad. Is it making me guilty? Is it making me unworthy? That you need something, you need someone, you need someone's words to feel complete. First is the awareness, and second is countering it, telling it the opposite, because it's all about, see, we as a soul has three faculties: mind, intellect, and sanskars, right? So soul is the king. You can say that soul is the king, and mind, intellect, and sanskars are its ministers, right? So I have to create a gap between the thinker and observer. See, whenever you are thinking something right now, think about something, you will feel that there is a thinker and there is an observer. If I can change the thoughts, it means there is someone who is observing it, not doing anything, just observing it, right? So we have to create that gap, because we are so much attached to our mind also, our thoughts also, that we really cannot let go of the few thoughts, like compulsive thoughts, addictive thoughts. So many people are addictive of few things. So when a thought comes up in there, pops up in their mind, of smoking, of drinking, of watching something on internet, they really can't change it, right? So they fall for all the negative things and they feel sad. That's the reason of their unhappiness, their peace goes away. So I have to tell myself again and again, let's do one thing. Let's do a 5-minute meditation on this also. Okay. Yeah.
So, of course, to all our global audiences, wherever you are, do take a sit, take a little rest, and let's see if we can learn this wonderful meditation practice that Hiteshji will be sharing with us, which is part of the Brahma Kumari meditation. So, thank you, Hiteshji. We look forward to that.
So if you are new to meditation, you can keep your eyes closed. But what we do here, slowly and gradually we do meditation with our eyes opened. Like I said that, throughout the day, we take 5 minutes break. So I do not close my eyes during that. I take a walk. It's just about practice, right? Neuroplasticity. Our mind gets habitual of it. So I'll guide you with the meditation. You just have to go with the thoughts. Observe yourself. Tell yourself, I, the soul, a point of light, is a king, and my mind is my minister. I am the observer, not the thinker. I do not believe everything what my mind creates. I detach myself from my thoughts. I am not my thoughts. I am not my mind. I am not my possessions. I am not my work. Start feeling. Start bringing your awareness, consciousness, Chetana here. Feel that warmth, that energy, spark. I am nothing of the outside. I am not my relationships, not my work. I am just a being. I am complete in every sense. Feel it. I am complete in myself. I am worthy. I am enough. I am just so enough. I am important. No past, no failures. Can define me. It's up to me how I define myself, what I think about myself. And I will always remember God loves me so much. God loves me so much. And His love heals me. Thank you. Om Shanti.
Wow, that's beautiful, lovely meditation, such a lovely meditation, so peaceful, and also helps you to guide your awareness to a particular point, which is a very important way, you know, as you said. I liked what you spoke about the king, you know, and the chief ministers. I believe you said the soul is like the king, and then you have the mind, the intellect, and I believe some scars, you know, as the chief ministers. So one is more of the observer, one is the thinker. So just before we did the meditation, you mentioned that. So when we're meditating, you actually become the observer. Is that right?
That's absolutely right.
Yeah. So it's very, very well explained and really beautiful meditation, Hideshji. And, you know, this inner peace that we talk about, you know, through meditation, if people were doing this on a regular basis, and let's say every single person in the world started meditating, what would happen actually to consciousness levels of humanity?
Just the opposite of what has happened right now, because the reason of all kind of negativity, all kind of pollution is mental pollution, right? People started becoming greedy, started becoming impure, angry, yeah, egoistic. So they started doing things. There is a very beautiful example. I do not remember the exact of it, but Alexander, Hitler, and there were two more were there. That person explained that all those four people were shorter in height, right? And generally people with shorter height, if they do not work on themselves, on their mind, they feel a little powerless, inferiority complex. So it's a very beautiful study that they tried to conquer the world just for their ego satisfaction, right? They wanted to prove to the world, prove to the people that I am something, I have something to do, right? So the word will be, we call it, in Brahma Kumaris, we call it the golden age. We truly believe that right now we all are working on ourselves. We all are increasing our consciousness, and with our increasing consciousness, the world is going to transform, and that will be golden age. We call it Satyug. There are many scriptures where people have written about it, but there will be no sadness, there will be no anger, there will be uh, any kind of negativity would not be there. So just imagine how beautiful that word will be, and that word is surely to come. We truly believe that.
Oh, that is so nice. I remember one Guruji, because I myself, I'm quite like a spiritual seeker myself, who's tried many things and, practiced many different styles of meditation, etc. And I remember one of the Gurujis saying that when you meditate regularly, you don't even need police or, other people, because you yourself become the police inside you. Your soul already tells you this is not the right thing for you to do. Something just comes up and says, I shouldn't really be doing this. So that if you awaken that little voice and make it a very strong voice, and if every single human being around the world does this, then we will find that nobody will have to tell each other, be this way, be that way, you should do this, you should do that. They will just do it themselves because they know. And that's what you talked about, is when you're on higher consciousness levels, then you get access to that information straight away. So which is really amazing. Yes, absolutely. I think it's fantastic what you have done, Hiteshji. I just wonder if there was anything that young people, because I know that you are a leader when it comes to training and passing on this knowledge to young people. Are there any particular types of popular questions, some questions that keep coming up for young people, and what are the answers for that? Because I know that the way the Brahma Kumari members tend to share stories is done in such a simple, very nice way that people can really understand very easily. Is there a couple of questions that you feel that are regular questions, and what answers would you like to share with that?
Yes. I wanted to share with all of you that what I have learned. One thing, which comes up in a lot of people ask me this question, that, because of this person, I'm feeling like this, because this person did that in past, so I'm feeling like that. So in my experience, I want to ask the people same right now also, that actually because of nobody we feel sad. It is our own thought process, it is our own belief system we feel sad. See, we feel cheated and we say that this person should not have done that, but why did we trust it? That is a question mark, right? Why did we give so much space to anybody be it emotionally, be it financially, right? Be it physically, right? So it takes power and it takes guts to say that, nobody else is the reason for my misery or even happiness, only myself, only my thought process, only my belief system. But the point is, when we start telling ourselves this, that because of my thought process, because of me, I should not have done that. Don't take it in that way that you start feeling sad, that okay, I am feeling sad and reason is me only. No, don't take it that way. Take it in a positive way that I cannot change people. I cannot change everyone around me. We spend most of our time doing this only. You do this, you talk to me like this, you behave to me like this, you should accept me, you should do this and that. Everyone is not going to understand because they have their own capacity, right? So when we start feeling that I am the reason of whatever is going around me or inside me, then I can truly heal myself, right? So my answer to, my tip to all of the people who are going through something or the other, who wants to heal themselves, then start believing that I am the reason for it. I need to change my thought process. I need to heal myself for myself, not for the others, right? So I remember somebody was asking me, one lady, she was married and she had some issues and blah blah. So I told her that you have to forgive. She said, how can I forgive? That person has not said sorry to me, right? So I said, you do not need to have sorry to get sorry to forgive. You need to create of your own for yourself, not for that person, for self. So when we focus that, I am doing it for myself, to heal myself, then we can truly heal ourselves, right? And as I explained to you, that there is an emptiness in all of us, and we try to fill it with the social media, with TV, with possessions. Just be aware that there is an emptiness and find a permanent solution to it. I also spent a lot of years in filling it with some temporary solutions, but that does not work. Only the only solution and the shortcut is this only, that do meditation, be self-aware and fill yourself with some self-love and God's love. That can only heal your emptiness, that can only remove your emptiness.
That's actually very, very powerful. What you mentioned, there are temporary solutions and then there are permanent solutions. So the temporary solutions that you talk about is where you just try to get a quick high, for short term, just make ourselves feel better. But a week later or a few days later, you're back to feeling the same again. And so with the permanent solutions, there is no issues of that at all because you never feel that. It's like actually going to the doctors where somebody says, just pop a pill and, you'll remove the pain. But when you stop taking the medication, it comes back up again. So you really need to go in and clear whatever's giving you the issue and giving you the problems, so that then it'll never ever come again. So I can understand that very, very well. It's very nicely explained as well. And you also said something about you have to love yourself. You have to heal yourself by forgiving others. So if you so sometimes I find when people talk or when we have chats to friends or something, they say, all right, I'll forgive them, but I'm not going to forgive them for this and this. I'll forgive them for everything else, but not this and this. There is still something that they hold on to, which is so difficult for them to let go. How do they let go of that? Because it's like they choose, okay, all right, okay, but they kind of hold on to this pain for some reason. Why do people hold on to this pain?
Right. Very, very good question. Like I said, that, that is the ego, which will not make you feel happy or the peaceful, right? It is going to create something or the other that, okay, it will tell you that No, how can you forgive that person? This person did this to you, and you should not forgive, right?
Yes.
So, see, like you said, that self-love. Self-love does not mean, most of the people think that self-love is that, doing a diet for 6 days and seventh day, doing a cheat day, right? Doing something, going somewhere, right? That is not the self-love. It is the opposite of self-love, because you're creating a harm actually, right?
Right.
Agreed?
No, yes.
So the point is that self-love means that I do not want to keep anyone or anything in this space which is making me feel sad, unhappy, or making me anxious. Any unhealthy emotion you can talk about, right?
Yes.
So I am not doing it for them. I am not forgiving them for them. I am doing it for myself, because I do not want to feel any, unhealthy emotions, right?
Yes.
So being self-aware that this is the ego which is creating the thoughts. I wanted to share this. I did not end my session, just wanted to
Oh yes,
share
of course.
two,
Yeah.
3 points. On this question also I can answer that. I can mention those points. See, the thing is, the thoughts are going to come, negative thoughts are going to come. You should not fight with it, you just acknowledge it, you should just accept it. See, when we fight with it, when we think that when a negative thought comes, we start creating second negative thought, which is why is it coming, why this negative thought is coming, right? Do not fight with it, just be aware of it, acknowledge it, that that negative thought is there. Do not get sad, do not attach to your mind, just counter it, just replace it. Reason being, that thought which mind is creating, the source of the thought, there are 2 3 sources of it. First is our past experiences, right? Second is the kind of content we consume. So right now, what kind of content we consume on TV, on internet, on social media, or web series, what kind of content is there? There is, strategies are there, conspiracies there, all that kind of stuff, right? So what kind of thoughts we are going to create then if we are consuming all that? So I asked this question to kids that, if today you go and watch a horror movie, what kind of dreams you are going to get? So everyone says that horror dreams, right? Similarly, whatever we are consuming, those thoughts are going to come. Do not underestimate this thing that, if I watch something bad, some negative thing I watched, it is going to affect your mental state. Those kind of thoughts are going to come. So do not
They're like
believe.
seeds, are they? They're like seeds that are being planted, really, or they're like files in your subconscious, system. They're like little files. All the information keeps gathering, and it's going to come out somehow, this way or that way. Yes. So if you fill yourself up with the good things, like good content and good things, then you're actually putting good seeds in you, so that your thoughts will always be of a good quality.
Yes.
Etc. Yes. So you mentioned the past thoughts, you mentioned the content that we consume, and you mentioned the 3 ways the thoughts are affected. Was there a third one?
Yeah, last point is the kind of food we eat also affects our state of mind, because the food catches the vibrations so much. So with what vibrations food is being made get transferred to the food, and if we eat a lot outside, or eat a lot of non-veg, then all those emotions are going to get inside of us, and we will think that from where these thoughts of negativity, greed, all are coming from. It is one of the source can be the kind of food we are eating.
That's wonderful. This is really, really interesting. I have a very deep question, which may not be, I don't know if this could be something you could answer or not, but I'm sure you would. Nowadays, they talk a lot about artificial intelligence. Yes. And, there are so many people who are like, they use chips, microchips, and there's all these things that are coming out at the moment. And people are sometimes involuntarily being chipped and things like that. And that allows other people to control your physical area things. How does this work? Because if somebody is trying to send vibrations to you, I'm talking about energetic scalar waves or so, we're talking about, which changes the frequency in your environment, which then makes you more aggressive or more low mood or whatever it is. How do you counteract that? Can the soul dissolve this? Can the soul be that powerful, or is this two separate things within our body? How can we stop others manipulating you, in other words?
Yeah. See, that artificial intelligence is a little different thing we are talking about, but the answer to your question is that when the soul is powerful, see, at energy level, we have to see that when that soul is powerful, it cannot get affected with any negativity, right? If a soul is powerful, then you can, even if you watch something bad, it is not going to affect you. But we have to reach that level first, right? So for that, we have to take precautions, take measures of that. And we can influence the people. We can influence, send those vibrations to the people. But when we are low, all the negativity is going to get inside of us, right? So yes, that happens. But when we are very powerful means that high vibrations, very conscious, we are connected to self and God, then no negativity can affect us.
Right. So we got a very high vibration state at that time. So it always dissolves the lower vibrational states. Is that right? So just as so if anybody's listening or watching or whatever, if this is an answer for them, that could be quite an interesting one, because nowadays there is so many things that are happening where people talk about AI, they talk about augmented reality. They talk about all these different things that are being worked on at the moment. I'm not really sure why, because I feel quite happy the way we are. But, there's so many things are being brought into the world, which
reason is clear, wanting to control the things, wanting to, show something. The reason is clear.
Yeah, so actually, I mean, if you did get involved in augmented reality, you go away from the truth completely. You'll get pulled into completely an egoistic type of world completely. You can be whoever you want to be. You can, so this is probably a different topic completely, which maybe in the future will be very, very valid. But just as something to touch upon, especially with young people, if they're watching, they get quite involved in mobile phones and a lot of the technological things, games as well. They get very involved in it, and they get hooked, or it's like a habit that gets formed for young people, and then they don't have time for spiritual practices because they're too busy getting involved in these other habits. So maybe parents who are watching, there could be a good message to maybe share with them of how we could create better future generation by helping to control that area, to get them more involved in spiritual work, and pass on good teachings to them from a young age, so when they get older, these things won't affect them as much.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So was there any final thoughts that you would like to share, Hiteshji? It's anything that we may have missed out on, anything that you may find that we would like to share before we close our session?
Yeah, I would just say that, when we think about meditation, a lot of people want to do the meditation, but they're not very comfortable while doing it. So I just want to say that meditation can be a self-counseling. Meditation is easy, but we just have to, get ready for the uncomfortableness. there is a saying that a person has three most fears. First is fear of their own death. Second is fear of what people will think about me. And the third is fear of their own mind. So this point, the fear of their own mind, that, fear of own company, people do not want to do that. They just focus on escaping that thing, doing this and watching this and that.
Is that the reason? Is that the reason that we find that when we're trying to share meditation techniques with people and they cannot sit in one place, they say, "Oh, no, I can't meditate. I can't sit in one place. I get too many thoughts." So is it because they themselves do not want to sit and connect with their inner self?
They want to sit. If I have to explain that, they actually want to sit. I recently met somebody, and that lady said that, I'm doing meditation, tell my husband to do the meditation. So I asked, I shared with in front of her also, that if I ask him that, do you want to do the meditation, he will say yes. He said yes, right? Everyone wants to do the meditation, but the point is their mind. We are now differentiating between them and their mind. Them means soul, mind is different. So everyone wants to do that, but their mind, or you can say their ego, does not want to make them sit, feel peaceful, living a life without any conflicts, because then there will be no work of that ego, right?
So I can see a very simple way to deal with this issue is we have to put the ego under control. We have to put the ego under control, not let the ego control us, right?
Absolutely. Just being aware that, I know that you're, playing all this, you are creating all these things. I'm not going to believe in you. I have to start this. I am going to start with 5 minutes. However, whatever uncomfortableness I get, I'll still do it. I want to conquer it.
Oh, that is beautiful. Hiteshji, you've been absolutely amazing. What a lovely meditation you went through as well with the rest of us, and all the wonderful wisdom that you've shared with us. I think it's been absolutely amazing. Really thoroughly enjoyed our discussion. And we wish you the best of luck with the work that you're doing as well through the Brahma Kumaris. I just wanted to finish off with saying that when you mentioned about the 3 areas, you talk about the food, that you said the vibrations that you have in food also affect the way you think. And I think you're absolutely right, because whenever I go to the Brahma Kumaris and I try their food, it's always so delicious. I don't know what happens. It's like prasad, when you go to a temple and it always tastes so tasty. So there's always this beautiful love and some good vibrations in the food. It always makes it taste good, as well. So I'm sure there is some real good thing that we should all learn from that try to eat good food as well, which helps you with your spiritual growth as well. Yes, if people wanted to find out more, of course, about the meditations you do, you have a fantastic website as well, don't you? Which one where if people wanted to find out more about the Brahma Kumaris and the meditation you did, what would be the best website for them to visit?
They can go to brahmakumaris.org, or they can search for Brahma Kumaris UK or USA, because they keep taking a lot of workshop online as well as offline. So there are a lot of centers, and there is a center every, I would say, 3 or 4 kilometers wherever you live in the world. We have centers all across the globe. So you can just type on Google and you will find the nearby center and you can contact.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, just to share with you before we finish, my uncle loves doing the Brahma Kumaris. He's based in India, and he never used to be part of the spiritual community, but ever since he's joined the Brahma Kumaris, he loves it. And every morning, I think it's 4 o'clock or some time in the morning, early in the morning, he wakes up and he does his murlis. And every day there's a wonderful teachings that the Brahma Kumaris share with the members. And it's always something to contemplate meditate on and to think about. And it's always something that uplifts your soul and helps you to think of good things. So yeah, and he always talks about those as well. So I know that this is just my uncle I'm talking about. So there must be thousands of other people whose lives are being transformed with your work that you're doing. So keep up the great work. And from everyone here at Healing Our Earth, a global namaste, and of course an Om Shanti from all of us for joining us here today.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Om Shanti, Hiteshji. Thank you. So there you go. Actually, whilst Hiteshji is here, and I'm sure if Sharon is here as well, she's from all the way from USA, as you know. She's our co-host. She's going to be taking over the hosting very shortly. Maybe Sharon has a few questions that she may like to ask, because she's always very good. Let's see if we can interrogate Hiteshji again. Hiteshji, so we may have one or two questions for you still, from our wonderful Sharon, all the way from the USA. She's a lovely, beautiful soul, and I'm going to do a little introduction to you. Hello, Global Namaste, Sharon Ji.
Global namaste to you, honey.
You're looking so beautiful with those beautiful flowers behind you. We've been talking about the environment and protecting the environment and, before. So that's just a perfect setting. Now, today you must have been hearing Hiteshji share such wonderful information and knowledge and wisdom about meditation, spiritual growth, etc. Is there any questions that you may wish to ask?
Yes, you speak about the environment. And for me, it's not just the outer, it's like the inner the outer is really just a reflection of the inner, how we work with our thoughts and our emotions. And since you have such deep insight into meditation, could you please tell us your thoughts about this experience of inner and outer and how they reflect each other?
Yes. See, there are two ways of, doing the things, two ways of transforming. First is inside out, second is outside in, right? But both are important. Sometimes, when we are not able to change things inside, we need to change things outside too. We need to, change a little things on the outside also, right? So that we can slowly and gradually come to connect to our real self, the inside. Inside means changing our thought process, changing our belief systems, transforming those thought processes, right? Becoming more conscious about how I'm thinking, what I'm thinking. So inside out, there is a saying that when things change inside you, things change around you, right? So we start becoming more conscious, and this is a law of universe that, whatever frequency you are vibrating at, you will find the people like that, you will find the situations like that, right? So this is the beauty of this vibration, that it has no voice, but universe is listening. Universe listens to those energies, and it will automatically put you in the situations with the people who, with whom you will vibe, with whom you want to spend most of the time, and the work you want to do. Like, I have been put here with Sharon, with Healing Our Earth members, right?
Yes, well, I would say, when was this? About 2002, I met Sister Jayanti and the Brahma Kumaris. And what I found was they created in the meditation and the talks and the practices. I found we were running a retreat center outside of Santa Barbara, California, and they came. And I found that they created such a energy field of peace, of quietude, and of beauty that, I've been kind of following ever since, because I really felt personally that deep, deep shanti
Yeah, that's just such a and what a lovely question as well, because the inner and outer, there's a lot of connections. People always living out, doing this, doing that. You know, there's never a time when you go back in, like, who am I? What am I? How can I improve myself? What did I do wrong? You know, these are the kind of things which are your inner life, which then definitely affects your outer life, because by you improving yourself will probably result in more harmonious relationships and better understanding, more wisdom, etc. Very good question, dear Sharon. You know, that's really lovely, and good to know that you've done that as well. Because when I went to Mount Abu and I saw the wonderful work they're doing there, that's when I realized that, wow, this is an amazing organization. I believe, Hiteshji, you also have a studio based there, and you do many spiritual inclined documentaries, interviews, and programs that you air and broadcast. Our dear Sharon, she's an amazing producer. She herself and her husband also creates many documentaries that uplift humanity. You know, it's always to transform people's lives in a positive way. Are there any specific programs that you think which are on YouTube or your website that people should watch to understand and to gain an understanding about the inner peace process that you spoke about today?
You can go through YouTube channel, Happiness Museum is there, and you will find many things what I have shared with all of you. Something similar content you will find. So this is what I have experienced, or so just shared what I have experienced in my life. So I think that is going to be beneficial for the
I think it'll be absolutely amazing. Thank you, Hiteshji. I think that was wonderful. And Sharon, thank you for that question. And I believe that very shortly, Sharon will be taking over with the hosting. So maybe we can have a couple of little discussions before we start our next session. Hiteshji, a big Om Shanti to you from all of us on Healing Our Earth. And please keep up the great work. We really loved hearing your wonderful shares and wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. So, dear Sharon, before we introduce our wonderful Sharon and we have a little chit chat, let me do a quick little introduction to my wonderful host who will be now taking over very shortly. As you know, she looks gorgeous, all the way from the USA. We've become very multicultural here on Healing Our Earth right from the beginning, but we're getting even more multicultural as time goes on. So Sharon is, of course, from USA, and her full name is Sharon Rose. What a beautiful surname she has. Rose is my favorite flower. And she's the winner of the Filmmaker of the Year award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, and of course, natural healing. She's also the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Chi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. So you definitely need to watch those. They're brilliant. They're very nice documentaries. And Sharon has not just done work here, she has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, museums, and she was also a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, which is a guidebook for, I would say, awakening the divine feminine, which is a top-class book. If you haven't read it, you really need to read that. And she's also currently completing a CD called The Nectar of Bliss, which is dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. So she is an ongoing little artistic, creative person, and she continues working on projects that transform lives using this beautiful, topic of spirituality, arts, and many other wonderful things. So, dear Sharon, how have you been? It's been so wonderful to have you here.
Well, these days I'm deep in work on the music, and I'm starting to write the book that will go with the music. And also I'm going to start doing a series of interviews with scholars and authors and people who have actually embodied, because there's 10 different songs, each connected to a different culture and a different goddess from that culture. So in the Hindu culture, who do I have but Lakshmi?
Wow, beautiful.
And then there's a song about Shakti and Shekhinah. Shekhinah is the Hebrew Shakti. And in doing all my research over the years and writing my book, I found, because I come from Jewish background, and when I went to India to live with my Guruji Sitara, Sitara Devi, Queen of Kathak, she was so impressed with the connections between the Hindu tradition and the Hebrew tradition in terms of this, of Shakti Shekhinah, like the glory of the divine, that light that creates all.
Right. So when it comes to meditation and yoga, which we're a topic that we have been talking about with our wonderful guests who've joined us so far, and these wonderful gurus and master practitioners will be joining us very shortly as well, from their own field of expertise. But how does this goddess, the female goddess, divine goddesses, connect with our own spiritual growth? Because the aim of your CD, the Nectar of Bliss, has been so that you also can awaken the spirituality in people as well, especially in the feminine audiences, of female audiences. Tell me a little bit about how do you see the connection of divine goddesses from different cultures to connect with our own growth, spiritual growth?
Well, then once again, I need to go back to living with my Guruji, because that's when I first encountered this concept or this experience of actually embodying these goddesses. And in Kathak, of course, we embody, and her tradition actually goes back to this revival of the Hindu Kathak, in which you tell, like you are the storyteller, in which you dance and bring forth the whole story of the Ramayana, right? Or Krishna and Radha. And so this experience of actually feeling that Shakti, that energy, and the differences even between like Saraswati or, Durga, that was profound. And so then I encountered my Tibetan teacher, Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche, and another one of his students, Deanna Eagleton, will be on today, sharing some amazing things with us. And that in that tradition, there's actually, it just seemed to take that even further, because through these practices, you'd go into this deep meditative state, you're really clearing yourself, and give it like doing offerings to these goddesses, like Tara, we'd say Tara, and then you transform into them. You're sitting in their mandala, and you're wearing all their ornaments, and the mantra is spinning around your heart, and you're, depending on what family, what direction, what energy, you can be magnetizing, you can be healing, you can feel this healing power like of in the China, because China actually, and we're going to have Jing Li, exquisite Qigong master today. And we've been talking about Kuan Yin, who used to be, she was first Avalokitesvara out of the Buddhist tradition. And, Buddhism went to went to China. And also then when the Christians came into China, they brought the Virgin Mary. And Avalokitesvara was a male, and he became Kuan Yin in China. But when they saw this emanation of the feminine, the compassionate, loving feminine, he actually did what people are doing today. He transitioned into
wow. Because
female.
Yeah.
And these practices offer this sense of the highest that you are, like the goddess or God, in you and put you in this just amazing state of bliss
and divinity, as they say, isn't it? It's like these divine qualities that tend to then manifest within oneself, because you're connecting to that energy, you're connecting to that field, and also through the music and of course the practices you mentioned, they'll be a great way to connect to that frequency of that particular goddess as well. So that could be pretty, it's like when you have Nav Durga, we talk about the 9 forms of Durga, and when we have that, the goddess Durga has like the quietness, you know, this, and then you have the real tough Durga. So there's all different forms of Durga. So actually for me, what it shows is we have different levels of personalities within us, and need to bring out certain things based on situations in your life. And if you can connect to that particular energy, and you know how to through your meditation practices and through your spiritual practices, you can literally bring that energy out to deal with the solutions and such situations, you know, in your life. Amazing.
Oh, yes. Also, when you have these practices and you know how to transform, then if you're in a situation, like I had a situation when I was living in New Delhi where there was, that was part of the time of the Eve teasing that was going on. Mm-hmm. And I saw this guy coming at me, and I turned, like really in a strange way. And I just did a turn and turned into Durga, and he ran away.
Oh, wow. Well, now we're going to make you turn into Saraswati, right? So we're going to have your goddess Saraswati coming out full of knowledge and making sure that, I know we've got our next guest coming, and she's absolutely amazing, because I know that our audiences are going to love you speaking and interviewing Claudia Elizabeth, I believe, Aguilar, who's going to be talking about yoga and meditation and how we can utilize that as a tool, to become the best version of ourselves. So I'm kind of really looking forward to hearing her, what she has to say. So Sharon, I'm going to be very, very, what would you say, passing on the platform to you to take over. And I'm really looking forward to listening to all the interviews that are going to be taking place. And I'm here, so if you need me to ask, if I'm there, if you need me, I'm there to contribute with any interrogation questions. I'll be there.
Oh, that will be wonderful, because our guests today are very special, as always. But
yeah, they are
very, very feminine and very special. And we're going to be talking about some deep, deep teachings today.
Well, I'm going to leave it all to you then now, dear Sharon. Enjoy. A global namaste to everybody. I'm handing it over to dear Sharon, who's going to take over and take you on the next part of our journey to meet all these beautiful, spiritual masters and practitioners and gurus and very knowledgeable people who are doing great work within the field of yoga and meditation. So all yours, dear Sharon, and a global namaste to all our wonderful friends out there on Healing Our Earth.
And it's always such a joy to be with you, honey.
Oh, same here with you as well. It's so good. Well, Healing Our Earth is a very joyful place to be, isn't it? We all absolutely love being here, isn't that right? So Neil Kumar, thank you very much, dear Neil Ji, for all this wonderful bringing us all together. And let's move on to, of course, our next guest. Sharon, all yours, my dear.
Yes, well, as always, I just want to say, begin by a global namaste to all of you. It's such a joy to be with you every week and bring such deep, profound, and much needed teachings out to our global audience. We're everywhere. And before we introduce Claudia, I'd like to tell you about our future events coming up. So Neil Kumar, namaste. Please bring us. I know that next week we're going to have a wonderful show of dance. We have that lots of times. And here we go. We have, world dance, people who are, doing professional dance, doing all forms of dance all around the world. And it's always such a, as we say, healing, joyful, and creative event. So that's next Sunday, May 8th, and I'm going to have a special treat in which I'm going to show a video of my Guruji Sitara Devi teaching me the dance of Durga. And then, and I may, because I've been getting requests, teach a little Kathak to those, to our audience, so that you can experience the beauty of this dance form. And then after that, yes.
And Sharon, on that special dance event, we are also launching Sam's book. So Sam Kumar,
fantastic.
Yes, his book is officially going to be launched, the global launch of Healing Our Earth. It's going to be a fantastic event, so nobody should miss out. Let's celebrate dancing.
Oh, yes. It brings so much joy. And then we have Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare. Free Global Online Summit on the 15th of May. It's my son's birthday. And we have been having these specific events very often now because it's so important to bring these traditional and new cutting edge teachings about health and taking care of yourself to the world as we continue to go through these very, at times difficult, at times joyful, but really sometimes challenging, and yet sometimes the sense that we all can come together virtually and discuss our views on healing and taking care of ourselves from the Ayurvedic tradition, from the traditional Chinese medicine tradition, from Native American traditions. And so it's just wonderful to have that integrated health event. And then after that, another integrated health, transforming healthcare. Sunday, the 22nd of May, I know that we're going to be bringing in a number of the teachers who I know very well from working in the world of Qigong, working on my film, Quantum Qi. They'll be coming in to talk about their perspectives on healthcare, perspectives from traditions that are 5,000 years old. And in my perspective, they really 5,000 years. So that means a lot of science and a lot of practitioners having worked on them. So now I'd like to introduce our guest, our first guest from Ecuador, Claudia. Neil? Yes, thank you.
Good morning.
Claudia Elizabeth Polo Aguilar. Yoga and meditation as a tool to become our best version. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Claudia is an Ecuadorian. She loves inclusive and sustainable design and works closely with women's organizations and supports women-operated businesses. Yes, she is a yoga instructor, art therapist, and textile designer. Claudia owns a studio called Santosha, which focuses on overall well-being and spiritual health through yoga, conscious movement, art, Reiki, and other therapies. She has taught workshops in various universities and countries throughout the world. Global namaste to you, Claudia.
Good morning. Namaste to you too, Sharon. How are you?
I'm doing well. We have a beautiful day here. We're waiting. Actually, tomorrow evening, we've had a very little rain, and it's been a lot of dust storms up here in the mountains of Colorado. And so actually tomorrow night here in my studio, we're going to get together to actually do an ancient Tibetan practice to appease the spirits and call in the rain. We did this a few years ago and it actually really helped. So how are things down in Ecuador?
Really well, actually. Just really happy to be here. Thanks so much for the invitation, Sharon. It's my pleasure. And yes, Enjoying the sun. It's a sunny morning in the Andes up in Ecuador. So just excited.
And I'd like to welcome our dear Amalia Waiching, who is down there in Ecuador with you. And I'm sure she will also have some questions for you today. So would you like to start, Waiching?
Yes, we shall.
Go me. Claudia we've been spending a lot of time together because we're actually planning a retreat, Sharon, in Ecuador, right, in the coming weeks and months. So we've been spending a lot of time together, and I'm just so impressed with her sense of beauty and aesthetics in Santosha. So I've been attending this salsa rhythms as well as conscious movement in her studio. And it's been a delight because she serves excellent teas, infusions, as well as handmade chocolate that she made herself.
This integration of the arts.
Exactly. So I was feeling her as one of us, the sisters in our sisterhood of bringing beauty and bringing the feminine arts and gifts from the divine feminine to just weave together, you know, what we are doing around the world here to celebrate life and love. So I'm just very happy to introduce Claudia. And we met actually at Priscilla's tea ceremonies. You remember last week the Priscilla?
Oh, beautiful. Yes.
Psychiatrist, and she just gave such a beautiful presentation of tea. So we met there. So we share the same aesthetics and we become fast friends and cohorts since then. So I'm very excited that she's here with us on Healing Our Earth Family. So
Claudia, please tell us about your spiritual journey, your experience, since this is a day of yoga and meditation. So your experience with both of those.
Absolutely, yes. I'd love to tell you my story because I've been practicing yoga and meditation since I was 7 years old, which wasn't a common practice whatsoever in Ecuador back in at that time in the 90s. But I'm really happy that my mother is a very spiritual person and she really introduced us to these amazing tools and techniques from a very early stage. And I really fell in love with the peace and everything, the joy that yoga practice brought to my life. And moving on, when I was in my teens and I was studying at uni with so many things going on in my life, I went back to the yoga studio and I took it up again, the practices, and I thought I was always connected. I don't know, from so many lives, perhaps I have been always connected with just getting together in a really beautiful, I don't know if it could be a temple, it could be outdoors, in whatever space where there's a circle of people doing any sort of meditation, even like universal dances, any sort of like ritual. I love the Andean rituals as well, which to me are a form of meditation in movement. Any sort of dancing that we do with a purpose are as well a form of meditation. And of course, since I became a Hatha yoga instructor, I opened up my own studio. I've been working at different studios locally, and it just changed my life because I feel like whenever we take the time to just take a pause from the world, from the daily activities we do, and we connect with our higher selves, we stop and we listen to how our body is feeling, and we just are able to really, concentrate, focus, and, entering a new state of thinking, or we just think more calmly things through. And I believe in that way we can serve the world better. We can really be aware, awaken. And in that way, I think yoga is absolutely a revolution.
It is. I began in college, actually. I was in college for theater and dance, modern dance. And that's when I first encountered yoga actually in graduate school. No, actually in when I was getting my BA. So that was like in the late 60s. And I found that it brought this sense of alignment and this sense of inner awareness and this sense of peace. And it really, really helped my dancing. So that was the beginning. And then in the 70s, I met BKS Iyengar had a lot of students here. So I was learning from them and actually had the honor of performing at his 75th birthday party as Shiva at Harvard University. So yoga has really deeply informed and has been integrated. And I see that's what you're doing too. The yogic teachings and the asanas and the meditations have become an integral part of all these different traditions and teachings, so that when I sit down to do my daily practices, it's always a part of that. So I like seeing, tell me about that integration in your life and in your studio.
Absolutely. Well, I am also a textile and fashion designer and have been teaching for a long while at university, at different workshops, at just different spaces. And I love the art of weaving, especially weaving mandalas is my specialty. And I love that as a way of meditation, because when you're like experiencing, this connection with textures, with colors, in a space where you can really just focus on one thing, it's like a form of meditation with art, when you're creating different shapes and, with sacred geometry as well. There's a divine connection there. So I think that's really what really caught my attention, that meditation can be done in many different, several ways, even if just taking a walk by the river in nature, or connecting yourself with some sort of arty, crafty activity. I feel that that's really when I find my real joy and purpose in life. Mm-hmm.
There's a book that I've used when I've been teaching in the schools called A Beginner's Guide to Constructing the Universe. And it goes through the numbers 1 through, I think it's 10 or 12. And it tells you how, so it's sacred geometry, and it's telling you, it opened my eyes to the wonders of nature at a new level, because it talks about these numbers and how they exist in nature and in architecture and in dance. And also they show you how to draw, like the mandalas, and I've also liked really drawing the yantras, that focus, that concentration of drawing this like yantra of like Durga or Kali, so that because it's creating this vibration, it's a example, a symbol of the divine goddess in that way. And I know this is an area that Wai Ching is very aware of. So Wai Ching.
Yes. Well, with the embodiment of the divine goddess, it's dear to our hearts. So, Claudia, I've seen you dance. So tell us how you feel when you dance and when you practice yoga. What is your internal embodiment of the divine feminine? What comes through you?
Well, I adore dancing and practicing yoga. I just feel free. I just feel like this feeling of deep freedom. Especially because it's like I enter in a different zone almost, and I just feel the music. For example, with the conscious movement sessions, we do live music as well, and with the drum beats, I just feel I'm connecting to that vibration, which is like, I let myself go and flow, and I feel that's the divine feminine in me. It's just like my body stops thinking. And, I just let myself go. I feel completely free, and I feel myself, and I feel like I can express myself in different ways without having to say a word. It's just like my body does it all for me, and I feel so connected. And when we do that as a group, is we connect with each other as well, and that energy becomes, electric and so powerful. I really love it.
Also, the music, the rhythm, the sound, it really brings people into a deep connection. No matter what culture, no matter what age, it really has that potential. And that's why I love music and dance so much. So when you're teaching, where do you begin? Like if we were here, you were here and we're your students. So offer us a little taste.
Well, I always invite my students to just sit in a comfortable position. Sometimes even close their eyes and, just scan their bodies, how they're feeling, how's the energy level in that particular moment. And then I always invite my students to connect with their breathing. That's super important, to start feeling the natural breathing without forcing it, but do it through the nostrils and take deep breaths and feeling the air coming in and out. And that's so important when you do any sort of physical practice, to connect the moves with the breath, with your breathing. And that helps so much. And that's like a practice for being in the present moment, right here, right now. If you wanted to just, forget about the external world and just, be in the beautiful present moment, you just connect to the breathing, and then you anchor yourself to this place and to this moment. And I believe that's something that is the best thing to start with. And then also I invite people to set an intention for the practice, to remind themselves of why they're here in this space, to connect with gratitude as well, first of all. If I'm alive here and now, just being grateful for that, to count our blessings, and start with that energy brings us joy and a state of fulfillment as well. We're alive, we're healthy, we have energy, we have this beautiful opportunity to share the space with people, and to share ancient wisdom of the philosophy of the yoga practice. So with that energy, and with that being said and set, the intention, everyone's personal intention, and we also set a collective intention, and then we start with the warming up with a set of exercises to warm up, to get our body tuned into the movement, to start feeling the energy flowing, to activate the chakras from the first one to the seventh chakra. I love the connection as well with the movements, with the internal energy, how we can work with the chakras is something that really at the moment is my new obsession, if I can call it that. But I really love that as well. And then we start obviously with asanas, with asana practices. And we also listen to music. I love to have aromatherapy as well going on, because that's really important to stimulate the senses and emotions, to bring out what needs to be, let go. We let go of everything that's been, perhaps like low vibrations. And then we connect with that higher energy. And yeah, we feel definitely, a sense of peace. And, it's not just about the workout. I like to talk people through the yoga philosophies as well, because a lot of people, nowadays think that yoga is like going to the gym, which fair enough, it's a good workout as well, but it's not about that. It's about a lifestyle.
I know very well, because I remember, coming back from India and then all of a sudden I encountered, it became like yoga for abs. What's that? It became so mundane and so far away, very Kali Yuga, as I would say, right? Right, Wai-Ching.
And I can't believe that they've integrated heavy metal music into yoga in the States.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I've experienced it during the Bali Spirit Festival. And I said, this is interesting, but that's not where I want to go when I practice yoga. But we just accept everything, embrace everything. And now I read they were also drinking wine and beer and eating chocolate during the asanas. It's like, what? Whoa, you didn't hear of that. And I think one of the funniest things that I've actually experienced, I mean, I'm all for integration and fusion, right? You know that. I love that. But, to truncate poor Pilates' name, and call it Lattes, and then combine yoga to call it yoga Lattes was the most hilarious thing I've ever heard of, and I just couldn't help doubling up in laughter. And that was good. That was laughter yoga.
Well, that's good. Claudia, what happened to Claudia?
I don't know, Claudia. Claudia, my dear.
Yes, I'm right here.
Back. Oh, don't swing around. It's dizzying.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the Ecuadorian rituals, Claudia, that may, because you made a beautiful altar before our events, and then there's also something called the chakana. Could you tell us a little bit more before you integrated all this into the yoga practice?
Yes, absolutely. Well, just to make a little comment on that subject, I think, it's hard to judge, but I think some philosophies need to be respected and honored as they are. It's sometimes necessary for them to evolve and to, adapt to the new context and to what, we're living in at the moment. But I think just, as a little, personal opinion that I wanted to give on that, perhaps we do need to respect the practice and, and just some things can adapt and can change a little bit and can even fuse with the local cultures, because I know the yoga philosophy comes from India, from the other side of the world. But I think to me, it's super important that we get to know it and we, honor it. That is a sacred thing to me, to us as instructors. So I believe it's something that we shouldn't really modify to that extent to beer yoga or stuff like yoga lat. Well, sometimes it might work. And I also respect that people that have the courage to try something different within that same, frequency and vibration and, but without going too far. The extreme is always something that we need to be careful with. It could be dangerous. But anyways, back to your question, Amma. I think that it's important to as well integrate the knowledge, the practice to the present moment and to the local space as well, because obviously people here are very familiar with Andean practices, as you said, or symbols like the chakana, which is a sort of mandala. It's like a cross, which represents the duality of the world, the feminine and the masculine, which is something that is actually present in the yoga philosophy. And I love that because, we're from different sides of the world, but we do share that same, the same purpose. What we all look for is to, find balance, and that's the balance. That's what we balance when we accept the duality of life through, through symbols day and night. I've got a little altar here that I'd like to show you guys. Let me see if I can change my camera. So that's the altar. That's the Santosha mandala. And I've got here the sun, the moon, and there's some plants, because this week, I don't know if it's not too clear, I'm afraid, because this week we dance to the element earth. didn't we? And it was super magical. There's the heart here that I've got, and this is some textile art I did with a mountain and these mountains in the back. And it says, we are the weaving and we are the weavers, and we are the dream and we are the dreamers. And there's a few ladies from different, you know, backgrounds and races and colors and sizes and shapes. So this is what's in my altar, because it represents what I'm trying to promote, unity, because yoga is union, is unity. So that's our philosophy. And no matter if we put different music, we add chakanas, we add different symbols, the sun, the moon, different energies. It's the same purpose, isn't it? All over the world, we unite. We get, you know, when we get close, we will bring each other together. Then this magic happens, you know, and then we create, you know, a different vibration. We perhaps find this balance that we all look for at the moment in the world.
Beautifully said, indeed. And I really enjoyed looking at the collage, the textile collage. You know, you saw me staring into it, and just it's so pretty. And you know, you just did a textile collage, and I love to know more about your weaving as well, because you talk about something that I use often, the symbology of weaving our soul threads together, and you're an actual weaver. So perhaps you, and I have here, oh yes, just coincidentally too, is something called the makana. And it's so much like the ikat.
It is ikat. That's the technique.
I believe it came from there. So if you just, I mean, I know we are talking about your integration of yoga into daily life, and how yoga and your weaving, you're an actual weaver, how it has come together. Have you felt or embodied or sensate that integration?
I have indeed. My specialty is to weave mandalas. So I weave these sort of mandalas. I don't know if you can see it, in different shapes and different formats. I'm going to show you here my chakras, because I connect my art with my spirituality, my spiritual practices. And since I've done my first Reiki training as well, I felt like, you know, weaving the chakras, it's like, to me, it's a way of connecting with this energy. How can I balance all these energies? I'm going to weave them with my own hands and create some art that represent what I was trying to, you know, to get through this, you know, ancient, beautiful healing techniques. So I've done this work, which is the 7 chakras aligned, you know, they're weaved as mandalas. And I can show you here, they got gorgeous different textures. I've used silks, sometimes natural wools, and all the colors that represent each of the chakras in one straight line. And to me, it's really important to have these symbols in my studio, because they remind me of my purpose. They remind me of my intention. They remind me of just this beautiful energy that feels in alignment to what I'm living, to what I'm going through, and to what I want to transmit to the people that, you know, come to my classes, that join us in the different activities we do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's beautiful. It's beautiful work, beautiful jewelry, and that is also another expression, because they're all based on sacred geometry and as amulets and symbols of reminding us. So I just love that that interconnectedness that you have just expressed. It's gorgeous. And you have your jewelry available, or is it by commission? Is it available on the website?
It's by commission. I do the bespoke chakras, sometimes for different Reiki and yoga studios. A lot of people want to have my art in their own sacred spaces as well, where they do meditation. So I do commissioned art as well. And my Instagram page has a display of my different, form of, different works that I've done. So everyone is welcome to follow me on social media. I'm on TikTok as well. Santosha is my studio, and we're on Instagram and Facebook in all the social media platforms. But my personal Instagram is at Claudia Polo, where I post daily work and new projects, new collaborations as well that I love to do with the local artisans, with local weavers and the communities which live up in the rural areas in the Andes. I love to connect with them ladies and with them people who are also artists as well. So yeah, it's just great to be able to integrate spirituality with different techniques of arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm. It's so interconnected. It's actually part of the tapestry. You can't separate it, from the life, the web of life, the tapestry of life. Now, speaking of just yoga, what is the situation of the yoga practices in Ecuador? Many people are interested in, the actual localized movement. So would you have a comment about the yoga practice movement in Ecuador itself?
I do actually. Yeah, I think it's becoming bigger. It's growing. It's sort of a new practice to us because obviously we've been a Catholic country, a very traditional country, and anything that comes from from abroad to us is something that people used to have a little bit of fear even to reject any sort of practice because they thought, oh, our religion is Catholicism and that's it. We're not open to any other thing. But I'm so happy and I'm super glad that that's been changing over the years. And nowadays, yoga has become extremely popular. And I'm really glad that a lot of people have allowed themselves to try it out, to see that it's got nothing, it doesn't interfere with their religious beliefs, which is completely compatible actually. But it does, help you change your habits, to bring awareness to how you're living your life. And it's not to do with just beliefs, it's a practice that when people get together and do it daily, weekly, I don't know, then it becomes a habit. And when something becomes a habit, I think it's got the potential to change the community, the city, the country, the world. Little steps have a massive influence, and we shouldn't, underestimate the power of those movements. So that's why I created Santosha as well, that I would like to tell you more about. So, yes.
And what it means, why don't you, I'm sure many people know what it means, but it's always beautiful to get back to the definition of it. See what
exactly. Well, I call not just my studio Santosha, but it's just a movement that I think would resonate with a lot of the work I do, with the art I create, with my teachings. And I think it's a word that has a lot of power and very meaningful. It comes from the yoga philosophy, and it literally means the acceptance of what we're living right here, right now, the absolute acceptance and surrendering to the present moment, but with absolute joy. And I think that changes everything. It's a word that means happiness. And you cannot be happy, fully happy, if you don't accept what you're going through, the current stage, a cycle, a chapter that you're going through. So once there's acceptance, then you can really and truly add and live and experience absolute joy, bliss. This word that I love. You can experience true bliss, and to be able to share that with my community, with my colleagues, with the people that I see every day in the classes. To me, it's my joy. It's my purpose in life. I'm so glad that I was brave enough to actually do it, because I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's my long-awaited dream to be able to do this, to open up a space where people can be, can come together from different backgrounds, from different, genders, ages. Inclusivity is something that I'm really passionate about. And I think at some point in my life, because I'm a citizen of the world, I don't consider myself just Ecuadorian, although I'm very proud to be Cuencana, to be from the Andes. But I just think that, yes, I just think that sometimes it's not a thing about nationality or just bringing groups of women together. It's about, the human race, becoming one, practicing something that brings us joy and happiness, because we need that in the world. At the moment, we're too focused with so many bad news, wars, the pandemic. I think it's time to get back to the origin of why we're here in this world, is to be happy.
And the meditative aspect of growing food, which is really important. Every week, I encourage people to make that connection, that personal connection, even if you're in an apartment. Now, soon I'm going to be putting together these little trays that you can grow like 24 plants in your apartment. But due to what's going on in the world right now, the supply chain and the food shortages, it's really, really important to start having that connection. And what an incredible meditative connection. You're there with the growing plants of the earth, which can sustain you.
Absolutely. And I want to show you my little garden, because I've got a fig tree, which is my favorite. I just wanted to share this with you guys.
And this figs with chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
I don't know if you can see them.
Delicious.
So this is my fig tree. I don't know, it's a bit blurry for some reason, but I just love to be able to have this. I've got a very small garden, but I got a couple of, this is my plum tree, but my figs are just something that I'm really proud of. Let me see if I can get them in the background. I just love to be able, in this little space, I've got like a couple of trees, I've got some lemon trees, I've got some lavender, but it's just something that it's a way of grounding myself, because I really feel like touching the earth, to feel the earth, to be surrounded with other forms of life, with little birds and bees and insects all around me. Even if it's just a few trees, a few plants that I've got, it's a way of not just meditation, but to feel abundance. The nature teaches me so much. The power of reinventing yourself, in the different seasons. We haven't got the 4 seasons as such in the equator, but we're able to see, to have the sort of winter and summer, and to be able to see the tree leaves falling and then blooming again, and new fruits growing every year. To me, that is just magical and brings me not just happiness, but gratitude. It's just profound gratitude to be able to grow my own little fruits and my favorite herbs and stuff. I can provide for myself and for my little birds all around. Sometimes they eat it all, but I'm like, we share. We can share with the birds, and that's super nice too.
Yes, it's such a meditative experience. People that are, locked in offices staring at computers. Recently, I heard that the average person is looking at a computer about 8 hours a day.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I can't believe that. Yes. Oh, where's Claudia? She's also disappeared. She also has a beautiful family home out in the country in Yungia. So where there's a wellness center as well. And we might hold the retreat there. So I hope that maybe we can take some videos of the retreat, Claudia, and share on Healing the Earth.
Yes. I'm really excited about that as well. I'm over excited to be able to have Amma here in a beautiful country, in the city of Cuenca. It's been such a delight. Honestly, I cannot be more grateful for her visit, her energy, her presence here. So we are planning something really exciting coming up, a retreat up in the Andes Mountains, but in the sort of tropical side, which is 1 hour from Cuenca, from where we're living in at the moment. But it's a really gorgeous and very special place because it's surrounded by the majestic mountains. But to feel that there's, different, climates here in Ecuador, to be able to enjoy the tropics just 1 hour away from here, where we are up in the mountains, it's just magical in a different valley. And we're going to be bringing some people together as well. And let's see what, comes up.
Well, I encourage everyone out there to, we've been seeing on Healing Our Earth the beauty of Ecuador. Amalia Huayching is just such an incredible cultural ambassador, just showing us the beauty of wherever she is. And we're very grateful to have you as part of our Healing Our Earth team, Huayching.
Yeah. Thank you. And now Claudia as well. And we'll weave in a few other people. We have Priscilla now as well, and all the wonderful chefs that we've featured. And so we'll have more that maybe you can name them too, like Karina and Andrea. I met through Claudia.
Yes, I would
Wonderful
love.
dancers. Yes.
Yeah, I would love to tell you more about the little team we've got. We brought some other instructors, like conscious movement session instructor Karina, who is an absolutely amazing woman and facilitator of conscious movement. She's lived in the States for 20 years, and she's just moved back to Ecuador, and she's come to Cuenca, and now she's bringing her traditions and her magic. And together with another artist, a local artist called Andrea Arulova, that's her artist.
Fantastic musician.
Yeah, she's a fantastic. She plays anything. She's a percussionist. She's a pianist. She's a singer, songwriter. She just improvises with anything. We just play some music in the background, and then she accompanies it with her accordion. That is just magical to watch her and to listen to her playing the accordion.
Accordion was amazing, yes, during the conscious movement, and it belonged to her mother, her grandmother?
Grandmother.
A grandmother.
Absolutely.
A grandmother. It was.
Yeah, so these ladies are just wonderful. And then there's Amma, who is, just a woman of light. She's a healer as well. She's a Qigong instructor, facilitator, and she's going to be teaching us some beautiful, magical sessions to connect to ourselves and Earth. And we're going to be perhaps doing a little bit of poetry, flower arrangements. It's just going to be fantastic. There's going to be an event full of surprises, full of amazing, people and a beautiful team that we're preparing, and we're cooking something really special. So please tune in, follow us on social media, on Instagram. My Instagram page is at Claudia Polo, and Emma's page will be, posting some sneaky pics, and yes, we're excited about that.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. We need more and more of this, especially coming out back into the world as we are, and really learning about these practices and meditation and yoga and healing practices, that we can start to really learn how to heal ourselves, the things to do that take our health into our own hands. And these ancient practices are time honored. And we're so grateful that you came on today and to hear about the wonderful work you're doing down there in Ecuador. I say down there because I'm up here in Colorado.
Oh, I was an exchange student in Colorado, in Castle Rock. I went to school there. I did my senior year of high school, and I'm telling you, I fell in love with it. It was my first time being in the Rockies with snow, and I just have a lot of love for that place. It's a very special place to me. So a lot of sending all my love to Colorado and to all the people there, because it's a fantastic place on earth.
Thank you. It is. It's really. It's been very dry here, and we still have a little snow left, but we're praying for rain. And we're talking about all getting together. We need you, I Ching. We're going to do like a rain dance.
Lovely.
It rained so hard yesterday, didn't it, Claudia?
Send it up.
It rained cats and dogs.
Oh my goodness, it was torrential. It was almost storm quality. And I was going to this vegan festival, right, which I eventually did. As soon as the rain stopped, I was out the door, and it's marvelous. I'm actually going there. By the way, Karina is over there at the moment, so I'll be joining her. And it's sunny a little bit, but the weather here, Sharon, it's so changeable. It's not extreme, but very changeable, right? I mean, you just go out and it's sunny and people are wearing shorts and sandals, and you turn the corner and then it's a torrential pour that happens. Right, Claudia? And you got to bring everything. It's like San Francisco. You got to bring all changes of clothes and peel off, put on, peel off, put on.
We just dress up in layers, because we can have the 4 seasons in one day. Literally, like anytime. The weather is very temperamental in Ecuador, so we just adapt to it. But we love it here because it's dry and it's springtime sort of weather all year round. So we've been very blessed. We can grow any sort of fruit and vegetable all year round. And we have beautiful, gardens and trees all around us and parks. So we're very thankful for the rain. But yeah, we have to be prepared.
Right. I have to say something because I see Dr. Effie Chow on with us. And I was just on with Bill Douglas, right, of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And yesterday I was thinking that I could film something at the vegan festival, but it was just, pouring rain even after when I got there. And but he mentioned that the one year in London, they were all doing Tai Chi holding umbrellas. So between
That's an amazing thing to film, isn't it?
I know, I would like to see that video. And I mentioned just like shift the balance to the other hand and just work with the others, So
well, that concept in the Taoist tradition of flow, the moving meditation, and we're going to be experiencing some of that later today with Jing Li.
Yes,
who is a master of Qigong, and she has now started her own Jing Tai Chi. So our next guest is here, and so I'd like to bid you farewell for today, Claudia, and we'd love to have you back. It's been a joy to be with you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, girls. Thank you, Sharon, and thanks, Alma. It's been delightful for me to share this few minutes with you, and thank you for doing this program and to share these amazing things that are going around in the world, because there are good things happening. So congratulations and see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Welcome. Global Namaste to you, Dion.
Hello, my dear friend Sharon. Lovely to be here.
For all of you out there, Diana and I have known each other since the 80s. We met through our mutual teacher, Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche. And I'm so excited to have her on. She is so knowledgeable. And anyway, this is a very exciting topic.
Thank you. I hope I can do it justice.
Yeah, you will. Diana Eagleton, Superpowers and Visionary Experience and the Rainbow Body. Diana Eagleton, MA, is an international half French and studied for 40 plus years with many famous Tibetan Buddhist masters around the globe on long retreats. This included HH, the Dalai Lama, the miraculous 16th Karmapa, and the great Dzogchen master and shaman, Chogyal Namkai Norbu. She received many empowerments and had powerful visionary experiences, such as during the transitioning of souls with an Alzheimer's patient whose soul manifested Dhyana as fully omniscient. Dhyana trained in many alternative holistic therapies, EMDR for trauma release, Qigong, and esoteric acupuncture. She soon became a medical intuitive while seeing into the bodies, sometimes remotely, of her 10,000 craniosacral and massage clients. She diagnosed cancer long distance and helped the Spanish police identify an attacker in an assault. Dhyana taught around the globe, including in Bangalore, India, where trainees were very interested in Kundalini and chakra instruction with roots in their own culture. She is currently teaching Zoom classes on tarot, spiritual awakening, and the Tibetan goddess Tara and her 21 emanations. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Svaha. Welcome to you, Dhyana. This is such an exciting topic.
It is.
Really, really. I know that you had a really extraordinary international childhood, which brought you a sense of the beauty and depth of culture around the world. So let's start a little bit about that, and then we'll move into these other.
Yeah, sure. So I was born in Paris, French mother and father who was head of post all around the Middle East as an American diplomat and was US ambassador in the 80s in Syria. So I bopped around going to French schools and in London and Paris, and then over to the Middle East and back to Paris and over to Yemen for a holiday and back and like that. And so it was really in Iran when I was 10 years old. I was there for 2 years. My father was consul, American consul in Tabriz, Iran. And it was there that I really had powerful awakenings. So my mother had previously taken me to shrines of the Virgin Mary around France, a lot, to the Cathedral of Notre Dame for Christmas Mass and so on, where I heard organs as a small child and that kind of thing. With spiritual music. But anyway, in Iran, she also took me to a leper colony because she was performing skin grafts on lepers. She wanted to be a doctor. She had 5 children and she studied medicine later. Anyway, she took us to the leper colony in the mountains of Iran on the way to a picnic. That's the kind of contrast that I experienced. And I saw suffering in Iran that I hadn't really seen. And I'd just been in the States for a few years. And I was so glad to go back to Iran. Anyway, I was aware then of some very, serious suffering. And then I was in Tehran one day at that age. And I just remember a first experience of huge contrast between the state of the ordinary state that we're all in, speedy, materialistic, and then the peace and quiet of a sanctuary where we were in the hustle and bustle of a street in Tehran, and the doors were open to a small Christian retreat with 2 elderly ladies who welcomed us in. And I could almost feel the energy. I mean, I'm sure I did inside the retreat center, which I subsequently felt on many retreats, like waves of peace.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah. So talk to us about your spiritual foundation.
So I would say that was partly my spiritual foundation was being exposed to all the cultures, but also to the spiritual traditions in the different cultures. And my mother was a kind of genius. She was exceptional. And she always was open to all religions. So we went to churches in London. We went to, as I said, shrines to the Virgin Mary and lit candles around France at Chartres Cathedral and so on. And then in Iran, she would point to us as we were children, look through that archway at the, Muslims prostrating. And then she went off on a 3-week trip to India to study with a guru while I was in Iran. So really it was a multiplicity that way. And then later I became interested actually in Yogananda and Muktananda and some Hindu masters. But then I was introduced to the Tibetan Buddhist path in London in 1977. I met the first Buddhist teacher, Dujam Rinpoche, who came from Tibet, and I went to, and that was in 1976. And I didn't understand a thing about the initiation, but he did give me a name at the time, and I have the photo with the name on the back, and that was lovely. And then the next year I was pregnant with my son and went to an initiation with the 16th Karmapa, who, and there's a book written on him called The Miraculous 16th Karmapa. And I walked into that initiation in London quite pregnant and heard the sound of the horns, the 6-foot Tibetan horns. And I had a complete transformative experience. I saw His Holiness, the Karmapa, upraised kind of on a throne. The monks were throwing rice and chanting. And I really perceived him as the living Buddha. I then walked up for, one of those Shaktipat blessings on the head, and he looked up in his eyes, he looked at me, and then I went into complete bliss. And later my brothers who are musicians who were there, we all went to a pub in London, and I was just walking around like hallucinating, went home and was immediately in the bardo of death and dying. In my dreams, lucid dreams, seeing the souls go by like rivers of souls. And I was standing to the side, a bit like in a Blake painting. So who knows what my child experienced. He's a very incredible young man himself. But he turned in my womb at the sound of the horns. So I think sound is definitely, obviously, a way to awaken. So anyway, then I engaged on the path of Tibetan Buddhism and met my teacher Namkhai Norbu in 1980 in America, and went straight into a 3-week camping retreat. And then at that retreat, I was in a tent. I went back to my tent with my 2 little children, carrying them. They'd fallen asleep at the teachings, and I went into the dark tent, and suddenly I had a chakra opening, and I had rainbow light pouring out of my heart center into the tent. And I thought, what is this? I mean, it didn't even occur to me that that was what was happening. And I thought maybe it was a particular stone that Namkhai Norbu gave me, that I was wearing around my neck, because it was right at my heart center. And of course it wasn't, it was just rainbow light. So I feel like this is very much attainable for all of us.
Yes, that experience we have had of the direct, what we call direct transmission from the master.
Yes.
Of the essence of the source, the primordial state, really is to me, is that root of true meditation.
Exactly. And that is called, the teachings are called Dzogchen, for the Great Perfection teachings, the nature of mind, the primordial state. And we can rapidly achieve that state actually with all kinds of practices. It's totally manageable. I do think we need to get into a calm state, the state of shamatha, and as we walk around and practice mindfulness, so that we can achieve stability in that state. And this relates to stability at the time of death, which is a later question. But we are here on this planet, this beautiful Mother Earth, really to achieve. And I feel that everything is sort of a series of lessons for our awakening, the awakening of our soul.
we've often spoken about superpowers,
right,
that can be developed through this inner reflection and the guidance. I really believe that the guidance of a guru or a master is extremely important, especially these days when there's so much out there.
right.
And, you know, I'm a traditionalist, I would say, in that sense, that, you know, the power, the Shakti that comes in from
Absolutely.
that connection, and to have that kind of reflection. We often talk about the symbol of the mirror.
Right, exactly. The reflection, and that all our thoughts are projections, like the reflections in the mirror, but the intrinsic clarity of the mirror is our true state. And we're just radiating all these projections.
For those in our audience who may be new to this, describe what you mean by these superpowers or siddhis.
Yes, first of all, we ask for them when we pray, when we do any kind of practice, or very many practices. We say, please grant us the blessings to attain the siddhis and the supreme siddhi of realization, which we just referred to, the realization of enlightenment, or rigpa is the word in Tibetan. And so the siddhis, you know, we used to read Superman comic books when we were kids. I just thought it was great to call these superpowers, and they are called that way. And I'm sure many people in the audience already know. But if we clear our five senses, then we begin to have extremely powerful experiences that are beyond ordinary consciousness. And I think it's a crying shame that people don't realize that this is possible. Excuse me. So with our sight, if we clear our sight, we have extraordinary experiences of seeing light, seeing at a distance, seeing into people's bodies, seeing through matter, basically, seeing boundless light, that kind of thing. And I've had the great fortune of seeing boundless light a few times now. So then we have, of course, the siddhi of hearing, and you're an extraordinary musician, Sharon. So hearing a sitar, you were talking about an accordion earlier, but hearing music and not judging it with the mind, not being in dual awareness, where we're in subject-object judging of experience, just going with the flow of the sound, the vibration of music just lifts us up to another frequency. And then we may have experiences of telepathy, hearing people speaking, hearing celestial sounds. I'd be curious how it is for you, Sharon. But often when I've worked on my craniosacral or massage clients in the past, I would kind of, well, we'll talk about the dark retreat after, but with sound, I would turn on some, say, Native American flute, and I wouldn't be judging, oh, this is such and such a piece by such and such an artist, like Carlos Nagai. I would just let myself flow with the waves of sound. And that would take me into shamanic experiences with my clients where I could see into their bodies. So then there's taste and touch, and, you know, all the five senses can be cleansed by decluttering our minds through meditation techniques, through all these practices. But touch, we know we can, Qigong is all about sending light through the palms, fingertips, from the heart or the third eye or whatever, into the body of a sick person or someone who needs help, or love.
Yes,
into
or yourself.
Absolutely. Right. So that's the sense of touch. So we have smell, we have taste. I mean, I've been in a sushi restaurant where I've had a little taste of food with the tiniest bit of sake, and I've gone into extraordinary bliss, you know. or at a Ganapuja, an experience of practice where we're having a sip of wine while practicing, and we taste it and we smell it. So our senses can all awaken.
In the Bön tradition of Tenzin Wangyal, etc., we often speak about experiencing the light, the warmth, and the bliss.
Yes. Yes, right. With light, you can have sensations of warmth. The sun is potent and revered throughout, around the planet, throughout history. And so experiences of warmth from the sun are very important and for healing. Yeah, and then flow of light. And I've had many experiences where, just simple ones, where I go into an altered state of consciousness and suddenly sunlight comes in through the room. I don't know if anybody else has had that. I think it's probably fairly accessible and common, but it happens.
Well, now there's the people talk about this phenomena of orbs, seeing orbs around meditative teachings. And
Yes.
for us in the Tibetan tradition, we would call them tigles.
Tigles, yes, exactly. Tigles, and there are a lot of practices that are in those orbs. So I'm going to jump to an experience I had at my mother's death, where she was at a hospice in Paris, and she had been an orthopedic surgeon and so on. Anyway, a high practitioner, and at that time she had become Catholic. But as I said, she was very open. At any rate, as she died, I merged with her consciousness, which is how I work. And I saw this extraordinary orb in the sky. So I think it's also applicable at death to have that orb, to see an orb where it was like she was a full moon. Her consciousness was like a full moon in a dark sky. So I am curious about these orbs.
Yeah.
And
so you speak about these powers. Can anyone develop them, and how would they do that?
Absolutely, anybody can develop them. So it's like a motivation to learn, right? Because we already have experiences of intuition, and we have intuitive hits, gut feelings all the time, men and women, going about our life. And so the thing is to pay attention to them. That's what a lot of people say about developing intuition first. Then you might call these powers, they're called psychic powers as well. But I think that the main thing is this entering into stillness, as Tenzin Wangyal, one of your teachers and mine, says, entering into stillness in the body, silence in the mind, and spacious, or silence with speech, and silence and with the voice, and then spaciousness in the mind. So if we can enter into those states, that's when the five senses are cleared and cleansed, but also all the shamanic practices, so many tools we have now, right? Sound tools, and swimming in the ocean is a tool, floating, and then sky gazing at the sky, and understanding shunyata and emptiness, of course. But working with visualization and saying Om, chanting, working with seed syllables, so many practices can open the senses, these powers.
That's the beauty of this global community.
Exactly.
That we're able to share so many practices from so many different traditions that really, Namkhai Norbu often talked about how the practice develops around the nature of the land itself. So in Tibet, it was way cut off from everything, and high mountains, kind of like here. And so people were able to really develop this relationship with other dimensions and other realities. And then, in the desert, there's a very different experience. When you talk about, like, we talk about the Essenes, right? In early Christianity, right? So I find that very interesting. And so in your work, because I know also you're a medical intuitive, and I have firsthand experience of that, helping a friend of mine who you saw that he had cancer.
Yes, that was really interesting. And you let me know that that friend wasn't well, and it was at a distance. And I thought, my gosh, she's asking me about this friend. And so I realized, I looked at the colon, because you said that the friend was having problems with his digestive system. And I did it 3 times, and then I kept seeing the same thing. So what I saw the exact place. The colon is easy, but really I don't know much about the colon at all. And just above the sigmoid colon, which is like the trap under the sink in plumbing, there is a spot there, which I later learned is a common spot for cancer, but I had no clue about that. Or maybe I was, seeing it in the collective unconscious, I don't know. But I saw this piece of tissue that had a face, and that I see all the time. It's kind of like a holographic face in the, when I close my eyes, and it was panting. The face was panting as if running a marathon, and as if it couldn't reach the end. And I was horrified, and I thought, the tissue cannot manage anymore, is dying. And this is very serious. And it happened 3 times, and I had immense compassion for the tissue. And then I mentioned to you that your friend might have a very serious problem, could be cancer, and that he must be taken by his family immediately to the, to see a doctor. And he went straight into surgery that night.
Yeah. And he's fine. We caught it in time. He had surgery, he never had to do anything else except take care of himself.
Isn't that amazing?
And so that is very possible. They didn't even tell him to have chemo or radiation or these other things, because it was caught.
It's amazing. I'm so glad. But see, your own, the beauty of your mind and your compassion and your awareness led you to ask me. We don't know how these things really happen, do we? But you knew to ask me, and then I said, quickly act. Something has to be done, and you made sure that it happened.
Well, I think in the development of these siddhis, or powers that we speak about, it really, first of all, one needs to be grounded in reality, not like in fantasy out there.
Right.
And it's also that one needs to trust their intuition.
Right. Well, that's an interesting point. And people are asking me more and more now to become their mentor. A young woman I met reading tarot at a corporate Christmas party in a bar in December said, "Oh, would you please be my mentor?" She's studying Reiki, and she wanted to know if she could indeed really see into the body, or if it was her imagination, the experiences she was having. And so how do you answer that? First of all, I worked with her. She came for 2 sessions, and I merged with her mind, is kind of how I do it. I'm just in an altered state. And she accurately could see what I was seeing in her body as she laid on the table. She could even see acupuncture points that I was working with for her, because she'd been in an accident when she was younger and had a fractured tibia. So anyway, yes, people want to know, is this true or not? And all I can say is, when you can see, you're seeing. there's a difference between imagining and seeing. And I know if I'm just letting my imagination go off, that that's not going to work. Anyway, I'm not sure even how to answer it, except that there's a knowing.
Yes, I understand in training in craniosacral therapy myself.
Right.
My kinesthetic sense, which was highly developed from years and years of dance and music,
right,
really served me well, because I would get images, you know, of, in fact, the first time I really worked on the man who became my teacher, actually, Robert Masters, I saw that he had a serious liver problem. And then I told him, he said, well, I drink every day.
Exactly.
So it's seeing that, it's feeling that. For me, it's more of a feeling and symbolic. And then training with him, just really, because that was also his focus, healing, that it really helped me discern the false from the true. And that's one of the things about our teacher, Namkai Norbu, because he was Tertan, a finder of lost treasures, called, so that in the dream state, he would go into these other dimensions and receive teachings from dakinis and masters, etc. Now, instead of like some of these channelers we see today who are about their own ego, in this tradition, he wrote down what he was experiencing, and then over the course of a certain amount of time, he would write it down and not look at it, but write it down. Like, it had to be about 3 times, I think. And someone else had to check it to make sure that it was exact. And only after that did he feel comfortable teaching it out in the world. So it was a system of checks and balances that I think is very much needed today.
Yes, well, I don't know how many masters we have walking around the planet right now who can do that, but I'm sure there are quite a few.
Yes.
But, he was just an incredible being to be around. And I did want to make sure I mentioned there was something about being in his presence that was a direct transmission, because he never budged from a state of complete awakening. It wasn't like he was teaching and he seemed awake and then he wasn't after that. So I saw him all around the world, and I saw him in airports and restaurants, and you know, at a retreat with one of the practitioners playing sitar in this blissed out state at lunch, you know, sitting at his feet. So I saw him in many, many situations, as did you, and he was always 1000% centered, and that's in presence. And that was really, for me, almost more important than anything else.
You mentioned the rainbow body. Please describe what that is.
Right. And I'd like to actually know more about that than I do. But for now, I'll say you were talking about nature, and this is a venue where everybody is so aware of nature, the beauty of nature, and the importance of Mother Earth. And so every aspect of nature can be translated in terms of the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, space. And so as many people in the audience probably know, they have their specific colors. So white light is like, I think of it as the Himalayan snow, it's water, and fire, of course, red, and yellow, gold, the gold fields of you know, wheat or whatever, and green is air, wind moving fast in the trees, and then blue for space, vast space, the cosmos. So the rainbow body is something that certain very advanced practitioners achieve at death, where they're able to dissolve their physical body into those elements. And sometimes they leave nails and hair, It's very well known in Tibet, but I think also in Christianity, in fact, and there are more writings on this topic. But there are famous Tibetan masters who have achieved the rainbow bodies in Tibet under the Chinese even, and even in prison. So there are reports, and we have to assume that they're right, you know, if we have faith. And Namkhai Norbu's, I think his uncle, or his teacher and his teacher, Nela Pema Dudu, achieved the rainbow body. And so I'm interested in what happens at death, and through the Tibetan Book of the Dead and experiences I had, starting with the experience I mentioned with the Karmapa, seeing the souls of the dead go by. And then with my mother's death, I really saw this other realm of complete passion and omniscience. There's something about the omniscient quality of the Buddha, which is absolutely astounding. And I think we can apprehend it through our lenses at different levels. So I've seen it a number of times where it was so all-encompassing and boundless, and something I could never question again. And so that's part of the death and dying experience. So the rainbow body is a particular phenomenon, which is also, I gather, being studied by the Dalai Lama and monks under his tutelage, who are all, you know, they're putting electrodes on their heads and analyzing their, you know, what's happening with their brain and so on when they're in a deep meditative state. And they're also very curious about the state that happens at death, where certain advanced practitioners can enter into a state called tukdam, which is like samadhi. And we know about Yogananda. He was the first that I heard about, and I just checked online. It's amazing. You know, they have reports from 1952 of his body being in a state of incorruptibility, they call it. That was the director of the mortuary who observed his body being completely non-corrupted, just, you know, no smell, no change at all of his skin. There's a photo that is just beautiful. And that lasted for 20 days. And then there's another report about a Tibetan master I just saw online who also stayed in that state for 20 days. And then I had an experience with somebody, but basically we can stay in that state at death for some time. And then the Tibetan Book of the Dead explains where we may be going after that with our mind. Are we going to the pure realms, or are we continuing to move around and wander and be reincarnated and so on? But I'm very interested in that state of absorption that you can attain, and then maybe your body transforms into light or not. That's for very high, realized beings. Also, their body can shrink, as in this Karmapa, the 16th Karmapa's body, and the bodies can shrink quite a bit at death, and there are many reports of this. So I don't know exactly what they're doing to their body, but it's undergoing a transformation, right?
Yes, yes. You have a guided meditation for us.
Yes. How much time do I have here for the guided meditation? Just a few minutes, right?
You have really about 10.
10? Okay, I'm not sure how long it'll take, but yeah. I wanted to mention something before that, since I have 10, if I might. Is that okay?
That's fine.
I had an experience with a woman who had Alzheimer's, and I wish I could do a study on this. So what happened to be my partner of 24 years, his mother, who was a nurse. That's funny because my mother was a doctor and she was a nurse, and they were both very advanced. But she was a very simple person, very kind, and I had only seen her twice. And we went to visit her because his father had just passed at 94. She was 89. She had been living in a little room in the basement of her daughter with Alzheimer's gradually worsening. And she had a tiny body, actually. She weighed about 80 pounds, and she hadn't seen her son in quite a few years because he's always working in Colorado. Anyway, she hadn't spoken in 4 months, but her daughter had said, Dion and Larry are coming, Larry's coming with Dion. And so, so we arrived there, and I knew it was emotional for my partner. And I suggested that we move her into, in her wheelchair into the other room and have her seated. And I said to Larry, look in her eyes with the Dzogchen meditation, basically, open eyes. And so he did that, and he spoke to her and played music from the 50s and so on. And at one point she said, I see Larry, I see Dion. So she was beginning to speak. Then I had my turn, and I had already done some merging with her mind and acupuncture points on her. And I was amazed because there was just golden light pouring through her. And I didn't understand how that would happen instantly. And so anyway, I gazed in her eyes, and I cried because she began to speak a little bit, but mainly there was this looking in her eyes, and I held my eyes completely fixed. I barely blinked, I think, for quite a while, just gazing, which is the Dzogchen meditation, eyes open. And pretty soon I saw her as a realized being, as a being like a Buddha of boundless light, complete omniscience, complete compassion for me. And I had the hardest time leaving to go to the airport on the third day. I just wanted to worship her and be at her feet. So when she died, a year later, everybody noticed that her skin was pink like a baby's skin. No wrinkles, nothing. And it stayed like that after she died, actually. And we arrived from Colorado, and her skin was just immaculate, full of peace, and so on. So I am interested in the idea that the light that had been in her for some time was just glowing through the cellular structure, and that her skin was indeed, it had regressed. It had gone back to, a newborn skin practically. It was just extraordinary to observe in somebody that I happened to be connected to like that, who by society's standards would be kind of outcast because they couldn't think. However, she was almost, in my mind, in a state of retreat in that room, dark room, and developing these powers, and just had attained already before her death, at least a year before, I'm sure before that, really had attained supreme mastery. So I had to share that.
Oh, what a beautiful story. We often, in the midst of the hectic materialist culture, we often forget this connection with their elders and their wisdom and what they have to bring us. So we're ready for our meditation after all this.
Oh, and then right after that, I massaged Ringu Tulku, who I had massaged before. And at the end, so he's a well-known master and author of books, amazing master. And I had returned, and I told him the story, and he looked at me like I was a bit of an idiot. He said, well, of course, it's not just the eyes of the soul. You're doing Dzogchen meditation, and through that, you were able to access this other reality. So there's my story. Okay, guided meditation. All right, I thought a simple one would be on the central channel. So I know I think you had a heart-centered one today, which unfortunately wasn't there, or you will.
I will.
Yes, yes. All right, so let's see, all this chattering. So if you can close your eyes, and what I'm going to do is help you feel into your central channel, which many of you I'm sure are aware of if you're yoga practitioners. And so Namkhai Norbu teaches this particular way to feel it, and the great Guru Padmasambhava from the 8th century said, never be without your central channel. This central channel is a great way to anchor and ground in our physical bodies and our subtle energy bodies. So it is a subtle energy channel, and there are 2 side channels, but we're just going to talk about the central one, and it goes from 4 finger widths below the navel to the top of our head. And so it's really helpful to get a feel for this channel because it's linked to our breathing, and it is said that the 2 side channels are where we have ordinary breath, but if we can pull the breath into the central channel, it's the wisdom channel. And if we can stay in that wisdom channel, it brings health and awakening. And it's also linked to practices at dying. So we start by perceiving it as a thin hair, and we're just going to play with expanding the central channel and pulling it back in. And that's all we'll do. So here we go. So see or feel this central channel, which again begins 4 finger widths below the navel and goes up to your crown chakra and out into the universe. And see it as a very fine, thin hair, and just get in touch with that. So it is said in different traditions to be different colors. It could be light blue. It could be rosy pink inside, but you can just get a sense of it for yourself. It's really about seeing it as light. And so then if you could just stretch it out a little bit to the size of a bamboo that's commonly used. And so the whole length of it, and straightening your spine as you do that, whether you're seated, standing, lying down. Stretch it open a little bit and then allow it to go back to the size of a hair of light. And then stretch it out again so that it begins to fill your whole body. So stretching out to the width of your body. And it's a beautiful channel of light. And then pull it back in to the size of a bamboo. Shrinking it down. Take a nice deep breath, relaxing your whole physical body, and now stretch it back out to fill your whole body. So your whole body is within the channel. And you may begin to want to stretch outside your body, so go ahead and do that. And stretch this channel out so that it's touching the walls of the room that you're in. And it's becoming really a beautiful channel of subtle energy, of light, transparent, radiant with light. And then shrink it a little just to play and become familiar with that. Shrink it a bit and stretch it back out. And then have it go past the house or the building that you're in. maybe a temple, and stretch it out past the building. So it's a subtle energy channel. It's qi, of course, for the qigong practitioners here. And then just bring it out even further and stretch it past the garden, past the block of buildings, past your neighborhood, and start to stretch it out so that it reaches the boundaries of the country you're in. If you're in a region or a state, you can have it just reach those borders, the borders of Colorado, that type of thing, or your country. Stretch it out so that it becomes as wide, as big as a continent, whichever continent you're on. And I'm hearing a raven caw outside my window. And so within this central channel, that was like a sign from Mother Earth. Within the central channel, we have the beautiful continents and oceans of Mother Earth, the trees, the deserts, the jungles, the skies. Keep stretching it and stretching it. And stretching it out beyond the planet. To include the cosmos and beyond. The planets, the stars, the entire cosmos, all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your experiences are included in this central channel, and your interconnection with all beings everywhere. And then start to shrink it back. Shrink it back gently, bringing it back, step by step, coming back so that you're at the continent level. Your central channel is as large as the continent where you reside, and pulling it back in closer to your physical body. And then shrinking it back to the size of a bamboo of light. And that's a good one, a good size. And feeling it really clearly from 4 finger widths below your navel to the top of your head and out into the universe. And your connection to all things. And to boundless light, omniscience, boundless compassion. And maybe if you're interested, have the motivation to revisit this, and to center yourself in the central channel at any time, anywhere, in a bank line, in an airport, in your home, in nature. And that you can open your eyes when you're ready.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Padmasambhava, the great master of the 8th century.
Yes, yes.
I mean, and way before then, but that was in the Tibetan tradition.
I would like, here she is. I was just about to bring her in. This is Amalia Wai-Ching. I'm sure she has a question for you.
Yes, I saw her responding. Yes, Amalia, good to see you.
And you, Diana. Oh my goodness, you embody your name, Diana Meditation.
Thank you.
So my name, Grecian style. Oh, I'm still coming back in. It's beautiful.
Okay.
But I do have a question immediately. Regarding, it was quickly mentioned about you working with some police officers, and was that correct?
A police officer?
Yes,
We're going from the central channel to the police officer's central channel.
I'm always sending it to them and the prisoners, and I work with lawyers and
Oh, you do?
correction
Oh,
officers as well, and the legal with people with
yes.
trauma, with
Yes.
trauma abuse as well. But in terms of question, I mean, I'm just like have to ground myself. to ask
No,
you,
I'm
but
glad you're mentioning it. I hope I can answer.
what kind of work did you do then with
I did
them?
not work with police officers regularly.
Oh,
This
this
was it was an assault that happened on actually a family member, on my brother, who's a wonderful musician, and he was playing guitar on a Sunday morning and got attacked by two men. But the thing is, he saw only one, and that's what he reported to the police in Spain. Yeah, I don't know, it was about 6-7 years ago. And I was doing a lot of remote viewing at the time. And so I'm curious if you also do that, but I'll just, you do. Okay.
I do, and remote healing, which some of the
Yes,
people here
which I do also. Yes, right, which I do also. And so I was horrified because he nearly died. And then they took him, he was bleeding heavily, and they took him to the hospital in Alicante, Spain. And I could see, first of all, I could see the surgeon placing a net around 4 teeth because he'd been whacked on the jaw with an instrument. And I didn't know that that's what they did for teeth, but I saw the netting. And then when he came, I watched him every day in the hospital remotely and saw everything that was happening to him. I could see if he was fighting the staff and boxing them, or if he, because he was confused or whatever. And then after that, he said, the police are interested in what you might have to report. And I said, well, there are two men, not one. I see them both, and I see them very high and walking around the village, And then after that, I tried to follow one of them several times, and I saw that one was sliding under a car and looking up like that. And I said, okay, one of them is a mechanic. And that's as far as I got. I didn't have a license plate number or anything like that, but then they found him, and he was indeed a mechanic. Yes. Tell me about you.
Oh,
with your work with police?
Well, just from this meditation, being in the moment, I was taken to Shanghai to send the energy there because of what is happening there. And of course, sending also to the people who are suffering from the adverse effects from the poisons in the so-called experimental drugs. A lot of people are, and it's very challenging at the moment to balance the energetic healing, which generally could be quite instantaneous. As you know, it can be because we are working from a higher quantum level, but also the aluminum and the PEG that's in these experimental drugs that a lot of people have willingly taken because of the whole campaign, that there has to be a sort of a cellular structural detoxification at the same time. I think you agree on that. And but it's also like having to connect with people like you. I feel that to do work with me to shift that intracellular paracellular structuring and realities to support the people. What do you think about that? What do you feel about that? Because we are both living in this world, and all your experiences. By the way, my mom merged with me when she passed on. I do hospice work too. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. It'll be the opening channel of my chapter of my book, Consciousness of Cancer. And she merged, and she was also, just as an aside, or in the same thread, she had visited with my dad all the apparition sites of Mother Mary.
Oh, really?
Yes, Medjugorje and Lourdes and Guadalupe.
Oh my
And when
goodness.
she passed on, she actually had the lace, I don't know, just like a
Yeah, mantilla, the Spanish word. Yes.
mantilla
Yes.
of Julia Kim, who's a Korean hairdresser who had the stigmata.
Really?
And yes, and not many people knew about her, but Mom really knew about her. And when she would take the host, she made a host appear in the churches when she would be there. They would just come from the sky. And when they would take it, she would take it in her mouth, it would turn to flesh and blood. So, I mean, I know that I grew up with stories like this. And just to let you know, I'm in Ecuador based on Mother Mary's guidance and Mary Magdalene's guidance.
Really?
Yes, and I've been traveling to south of France as well, to Rocamadour and Saint-Marie de la Mer, without even knowing that it was the place where Mother Mary had gone through to go on to England, to connect
Oh
with
my
the
goodness.
Templar.
Are you interested in the Black Madonna?
Oh yes, of
La
many, many.
Vierge Noire? La Vierge Noire?
We absolutely, because I was also with a group of women who would meditate, and Mother Mary would come through, Kuan Yin, Mary Magdalene, and Kali and Saraswati and Lakshmi. They all came, and Ganesh, as well as was feminine. So it was great fun listening to you. Yeah. Oh my goodness. As I talk about these things, I start to, you know how it is when you start to whew.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I,
very
now
beautiful.
that I've gone on with this, I feel like I was going to ask you the question, like, how do we work with people on both that levels, like energetic levels? I've been working with a lot of people in the last 2 years, like trying to support them from the quantum field, usually very, very, very effective, super effective. And then to work with them with the programming of the experimental drugs and of the program, the systems behind it, what causes this program to be integrated into our planetary reality and our I should be careful about this, in our the denser mental energies, of the programming. So let's just say the programming.
I think we're both doing it in the same way. Really, you're doing it with qigong and with all this healing, and I'm working a lot with light. It's the same, right?
Yes. Allowing the light.
And so I just see the light passing through grids. Actually, I also saw a demon, which I forgot to mention once at the foot. Yeah, at the foot of a table. Yeah, who was attached to a client, and she'd been told that was the case 2 years before by a psychic. And I saw this horrific demon with those yellow and glaring eyes with the most hatred I've ever seen in my life. And I think it was her mental illness. I mean, it was definitely connected. And so I used the Star of David, and she happened to have a Star of David around her neck. And I didn't know that. And she could read my mind. And she said, oh, yes, I put a Star of David around my neck this morning for protection. Anyway, I held the Star of I tried the cross, and the demon shrank a bit. And then I tried the Star of David, and it slithered off like Gollum off the table. And so I really think she was nuts. She was a very difficult person, crazy woman. And I had many visionary experiences with her when she was in Mexico and all kinds of things. But I just think it's being in this present state. And Namkhai Norbu said, even if there's a nuclear war, and we all have that in our mind, these days, do not depart from the state of awareness and state of primordial awareness, Rigpa. And so I try to just be in that when I'm working, and I'm sure you do too. And then bringing light through the grid of the person through the cellular structure, whatever. And so you can intend it. And then I'm doing a lot of deity work right now with students. I'm teaching a Tara series and teaching them how to turn their bodies into a deity and full of light and emanating light from their heart center and pulling it back and having a mantra and all of that. So I think all of it works, right?
Absolutely.
It's
The key word is light, the light.
It's all
the
the
light
light.
of being, we have to, it's interesting how to work in the darkest of the depths of the shadows and be light, the lightness of being, People see me or you and Sharon and say, oh yeah, we're always so joyful, but when we have to go in deeply into the shadows,
into that darkness and the prisons and the hospitals and the people with cancer. Yes. And there's one final thing I didn't mention earlier, which is so important. Speaking of dark, Namkhai Norbu said, in order to become visionary, one of the best things is to go into dark retreat, which is just like going into a cave, right? And there are dark retreats around the globe. Mantak Chia. You have a dark?
Yes, in Tenzin Chamaling, we have a dark retreat.
Yes, right. So exactly. So there are dark retreats everywhere, and that is a great, quick way for anybody watching who's interested in developing more visionary powers than they may have until now. Just spend, a weekend in a dark retreat or create one in your home. And block out the light and have someone bring you food and just, but also under the guidance of a guru or teacher. Okay.
I had lots of experiences with the flotation tank and the sweat lodge as well.
Exactly.
And yes, it was.
Well, we need to move on
to go. Yes.
On to our next guest. This has been delightful. Diana, how
Diana.
do people get in touch with you?
Thank you. They can get in touch with me at, let's see. Sorry. Well, WhatsApp works well in this venue, right?
Yes.
So my phone number, my cell phone in the States, which is the phone I use for WhatsApp, is 720-353-1111. I would love to hear from you.
Oh, there you are. Here's how about going to your website? Beautiful website.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Neil.
Well, it's been just wonderful. We could talk for hours and hours.
Thank you so much. I loved being here every moment of it. And you are the best interviewer out there.
Oh.
Well, I'm just being,
have wonderful
you're
guests.
a wonderful, wonderful person to talk with. And I love you dearly. Great, dear Vajra sister.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you. Well, we're going to move on now to our next guest, Jing Li. I met Jing Li after studying with her father, Li Jianfeng. We often talk about lineage and the power of lineage. Her father, Li Jianfeng, who is in his 80s now, was a martial arts film star. And then he became the head of the Beijing Wushu team. He trained Jet Li, and he's kind of a treasure of China. And then he got deeply, deeply into the Qi and meditation, and has developed an extraordinary system of called Shenzhen meditation. And Jing Li is his daughter, who has learned pretty much from birth, been surrounded by, she'll tell you in a few minutes. I've done an interview with her. Jing Li was born in China. She's the founder of Jing Tai Chi and is the principal teacher of Shenzhen meditation. Jing learned meditation from her father, Master Li Jianfeng, when she was a child. Opening the heart, lead people to return to the state of oneness is the goal of her teaching. People can illuminate their own hearts, live with the power of love. And I'm about to, I did a wonderful interview with her, and I hope you stay around because she's just exquisite. Diana, you'll love her.
I'll stay a bit.
And so I will share this now. Namaste to you all. I'm so happy to be with you. And today I have a wonderful, wonderful guest, Jing Li. I've known Jing for about 5 or 6 years now, and her teaching of Shengzhen meditation is so profound that I'm just very excited to share her wisdom with you today. Namaste. Hello, Jing.
Hi, Sharon.
You have a really extraordinary and unusual and blessed background. Your father, Li Jianfeng, has been your teacher, and I'm sure many others. And we often speak about the power of lineage, of teachings being handed down from parent to child, from guru to disciple, from master to student. And you have experienced that from birth, being the child of Li Jianfeng. So please, let's begin by telling us what that experience has been like for you and how that has impacted your life and your teachings.
Sure, Sharon. I begin with my story. When I was little, I remember there were many people coming to home. They meet my father and they have different background. Some are martial arts practitioners, very strong. Some are Taoist from the mountain. And some are from the Buddhist tradition. And some from Confucianism. So people from different background come to talk about energy, qi, talk about nature. They're so fond of nature and knowledge about the universe. Of course, also martial arts, because my father is a martial arts coach. But all of that belong to the Chinese tradition of being oneness. So I think their highest belief is when we are all together and everybody is fine. Everybody should feel well. Then that's real good. That's really good. That's the future. So when I was little, I grew up from this family. So when I say family, first of all, it's my parents, my mom, my dad, and then also this uncle, auntie, or this Chinese way to call them. We don't have blood relationship, but in China we call it auntie, uncle for respect. They come, they are also like a part of my family. So when you talk about the lineage, talk about teaching, I want to say I learned meditation from my dad. Also from these friends of my parents, from their talk, I also learned a lot. So when I was little, I like to stare at the stars and look at the beautiful sky in the night, like a lot of you. And I feel like we can communicate. We can communicate with the sky. We can communicate with the nature around. We can communicate with the universe. And when I was about 14 years old, my father started to teach me meditation in a systematic way. And from that age, first of all, on that age, you feel like this is so quiet, so slow. You enjoy it. On the other hand, you also want to move. So when I learned meditation, I already knew martial art, like fast punching and fast movements. Somehow, the ancient Chinese tradition from Taoism, from Buddhism, because Shaolin always is from from Buddhism tradition, and Tai Chi is like Taoism from the Taoist tradition. So all of that brought me to understand meditation is on this extreme, extremely quiet. And I thought about that fast movement. Where do they come from? And there's a saying in Chinese, 静极生动. When you are so quiet, reach the limit, then the opposite start. The limit of yin is the beginning of yang. So all of this is kind of from the tradition, the Chinese tradition, also from my father's teaching, the lineage, and also from the culture around, even the food, right? Yin yang of the food. So that's my childhood. I grew up in this kind of family and atmosphere.
So your form, this Shengzhen meditation, is so unique and has such a deep effect on the practitioner. Tell us about, what does that mean, Shengzhen?
Okay. Shengzhen means unconditional love. Love, but without any reason. I have to love you because you are my parents. I have to love you because you are my children. But this love is just so pure, without any reason. It's like, that's the core of human being. That's our blood. That's who we are. Originally, who we are. That is Shengzhen, unconditional love, but not on the religious side, on the human nature side.
So does this, in the Dzogchen teachings of Tibet called the Great Perfection, we talked about the primordial source of all, the essence.
Yes, yes.
And that is seen as really appearing out of the heart. And I know that you really speak about heart and mind as one, as part of this practice. So describe that for us.
Okay. When you talk about the source of all, that's really touching. Actually, I don't have much contact in specific religion or meditation. But once when we talk about the essence, the core, it's always meet at the same point, same origin. That is oneness. In Shengzhen meditation, we call it oneness. So in the Shengzhen meditation book, we call it return to oneness. We all from there and we will return to that place. Okay, so if that energy of unconditional love originates this universe, no matter yin or yang, all from that power of love, and then it must be still in some part of our body, right? Because this love, the energy of love created the universe. Yin and yang all belong to it. Yin and yang are also the children of the power of love. And then in our human body, which part this energy remains the strongest? Probably everywhere is the flavor of love, but where is the strongest? What do you say, our dear audience? I'm sure everybody say it is in our hearts, transmitted into our mind. Exactly. So mind and heart cannot be separated. Let's begin this story. We have hardware, right? Our body. It's like cell phone, the hardware we can see. But there is also a software. The software in our human body is our heart, is our spirit, our soul. Before we were born, the spirit and the soul come together. So they are like a driver and a car. The driver is the spirit, the soul is the car. They come together before our birth. They enter our body. The car parks in our heart, and the driver spirit maintains in our head. And one day, when this life is over, the car started, pick up the driver and let go, finish this life. Therefore, what's the connection between the heart and the mind? In a sense, we, the meditator, like to know. I think that's one of the relationship. The driver, the car, the spirit, the soul. And in medicine, we know after the sperm and egg meet together, first of all, the energy nourishes baby's heart and the brain. They are very essential to our life. So no matter from the scientific or the knowing scientific, probably in the future, our science can develop even further. But now from what we know, that is the relationship. First, the energy nourishes the heart and the brain of the baby, and then the other part grows. Therefore, I think when we meditate, if we know the relationship, these two cannot be separated. Even in our practice, no matter which practice we are doing, like if I do my kind of meditation and you do your kind of meditation, she does her kind of meditation, doesn't matter. The strongest part that we can connect with the universe is our heart. And I'm sure every teaching says that. So I think if we can all return to the heart, purifies the heart, we will get less disturbance in our head. Our decision will be clearer. And if we will have the correct decision, we can guide our behavior. Maybe we'll have less mistakes. And if the whole humanity, or let's say even 1/3 of the humanity, we have less mistakes. I think that's in Buddhism called karma. I think like something like that. If we have less mistakes, accumulated good fruits, good result, good karma, then we will have a better world. So I want to say to all our meditators, everybody is important. Everybody has that power. Everybody can connect with power of love from our heart, from our mind.
Beautiful. You're reminding me of the ancient Egyptian teachings about the power of the heart. You know, in the ancient Egyptian, like the Book of the Dead, etc., when a person dies, then their heart is weighed on a scale against the heart on one side and the feather of truth on the other. And if they are balanced, then you go to achieve what we might call enlightenment. And if not, you go through a lot of new experiences to learn to come to that place where the heart is pure. And I feel that your teachings and those of your father really help us to purify the heart on a very deep level.
That's a beautiful sharing. I didn't know that story about the Egyptian culture. How beautiful. Yes, this meditation my father and I are sharing is a Shenzhen meditation. It is very simple. And I know in this world, And in the past world, there are a lot of great teachers who gave us knowledge, purifying the heart, to connect with heaven and earth, connect our soul, our spirit with nature. A lot of great teachers. And I'm so honored to even talk about them. When I meditate, or when my father and I, when we teach, we always feel we connect to them, to our ancestors, to this wisdom. And these great teachers, some, when I say great teachers, not necessarily they are famous. Maybe they are not famous, but the teaching they are passing to us is so valuable. And this Shenzhen meditation, my father and I are guiding people, has the character of symbolism. It's very simple. It talks about the essence of human being or human heart, which is our soul, and the essence of heaven, or let's say the essence of universe, because when Chinese say heaven, it means sky, also means out of our earth, everywhere is heaven, so the universe. The heart of the universe is the power of love, because that energy created the all. And the essence of Mother Earth is vitality. Therefore, we connect our soul, our heart, with heaven, the power of love, and with Mother of Earth, vitality. The three essence, the three hearts unite. That's the way we can gain wisdom, and we can gain the connection. We can purify our heart to enjoy this life, not in a way to go to disco, but enjoy the meaning of life, why we are here. We have to let that beauty going on, pass on, not just us. We can enjoy, in the winter we have heater, and summer we have air conditioning, and after 10 years, no more electricity, not enough food. It cannot be like that. So that's what I mean. The beauty has to go on. So when we connect our hearts with heaven, with earth, inside we'll feel, wow, so rich. That richness will letting go of the small self. Then we don't have so much accessory desires, want 2 cars, 3 houses, 5 gardens. So that richness will let us simplify our life. Only when we get so clear, so simple, then this straight line comes. Everybody wants to get enlightenment. What is the enlightenment? If we don't know what is enough, if we don't feel we are so rich inside and enough outside, how can we get enlightenment? So this meditation is quite simple. That's what I want to say. It's just meditating there, and has 3 steps. Preparation. After you prepare well, then you bring your awareness to your dantian. Correct me, I'm not so familiar with yoga tradition. This is a chakra. I guess it's lower chakra. In Chinese culture, is dantian, is here below your navel. This is first step. You and nature connect together, get a lot of energy, and to cultivate that energy, to nourish life, right? Vitality. And then second step, let's connect dantian with niwan. That's what I mean, where the driver stays, our spirit, inside our head. And through the central meridian, the qi connect dantian life with our spirit, go up and down. This is second step to get a connection. So first one is vitality, strong qi, or let's say enough battery for our phone so our phone can function well. Second part is to get everything through. So no bugs in our computer or in our phone. That's the second step. And then third step, allow energy, allow qi, nourishes Niwan. From Niwan, we merge with the entire universe, with the core of the universe. What do you mean? The origin of the all, and in Shenzhen language, in Shenzhen meditation, the power of love, or the origin, the beginning is connect with that state. So the state is so important. Once when we connect our Niwan, the driver, the spirit, with that original state, we can experience that richness in our heart. So that's the 3 steps.
Well, it brings up a lot of things. When you talked about calling in the ancestors, the first thing I learned when I went to live with my Guruji, my teacher Sitara Devi, Queen of North Indian classical dance and early Bollywood star and meditator, she said, before you put on your bells, your instrument, your gunguru, these ankle bells, before you hold them in your hands and you call in all your guru, your parents, all of the dancers, all of the gurus who have ever performed this art, and you ask them all to be present with you and witness your training and bring their teachings into you. So what you were saying in the beginning there was so much like that, of calling in the ancestors. And so there is that harmony between these traditions, which I just love. And I know that the Buddhist tradition came to China. And so there is this India-China flow of teachings.
Exactly. Sharon, I think, all this ancient tradition, from no matter it is from Asia, Americas, North America, South America, from Africa, all the traditions, the Egypt, from old Egypt, they have some connection. Somehow our ancestors, because they had a simple life, so their connection with the power of love was very strong. So when we connect with this oneness, it's also showing the respect, not only showing the respect. I don't like that word, showing something. It's just being with them, being with the wisdom, and being respectful, because we want to return to oneness, right? They all are there. No matter in Europe, people say, oh, I believe in God, I don't believe in God. Or China say, there is a Lao Tianye, there is no Lao Tianye. Doesn't matter from which tradition, what we call the power of love. Somehow in the deep, our core, in the bottom of our heart, we remember something. We are longing something. And this respect also showing us, also indicating us, there is a strong family. Doesn't have to be now where you were born. There's a strong family with you together. You are never alone. And that oneness is so rich, so soothing, loving, powerful.
You mentioned family, like a universal family. It's interesting how this COVID experience that we've had has brought so many people together virtually. We're now able to be with people all over the world and discuss these issues and discuss this longing for love. In this world, it's so important, especially now. This, how would you say it? This kind of feeling of love pervading every cell of your body.
Mm.
And that's how I feel when I do the Shengzhen meditation. And tell us, I know that there are still, that you do teach a very unique form of Tai Chi as well, correct?
Yes.
So tell us about the flow and the movement and the grace inherent in these teachings.
Mm. I think we can do something like that because I usually practice moving and non-moving meditation with my friends, with my students. So here probably we also have very experienced meditator or great teacher being with us today. So I can share with everybody what I usually do. There are many, many movements, different kind of movement, left, right, up, down. But I think today I want to share with people one movement, one moving meditation. Let's experience and taste that flavor, and then we can do a short non-moving meditation. Is that okay, Sharon?
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
I demonstrate first. Just watch me first, and then I will lead everybody to practice. This movement is called traveling eastward across the ocean. It begins from small and floating movement. And little by little, we will increase the range. And eventually, we will have a large movement. Okay. Now everybody, please stand up and follow me. First of all, let's check. Is our body relaxed? Every part of our body has to be very relaxed. We can swing our arms like that. You see your heel, you can raise up your heel while you are turning. Meanwhile, relax our emotion. Everybody is like playing. We return to childhood, play. You can feel the air below your palms, in your hands. And slowly stop. And please follow me. If I were you in the mirror, we will all shift to your left. This is my right, but your left. And try lift up your heel. Toes are still on the floor. And now try to relax your body, the side of your body. And try to relax your neck. And go to other side. Shifting your weight to the right. From the back to see like that. You know, especially these days, we use our phone so much, look at the iPad, the neck is so stiff. This movement is very good in opening our meridians and relax the shoulder muscles, muscles on your neck. Relax the side of your body. Okay. And try raise up your arms like you are holding a qi ball. Not a balloon, but holding a qi balloon, holding a qi ball at the side of your body. And try other side. Make sure the weight is on your right side. Relax your neck. Okay. Now let's begin with the small movement. Like rocking the body. Let's do it in a meditative way. Meditative means so relaxed, so light, like the feather when Sharon described this Egypt tradition. So light, no weight. Begin shifting to this side and shifting to your left, to your right. Bend your knees, stand up, bend your knees, stand up, arms follow. Breathe through your nose, but naturally. Your movement is like air, like clouds, like flowing water. Each moving meditation, each moving movement, there is a meaning. So this movement, we think the heart is big, traveling eastward across the ocean. Eastward doesn't really mean south, west, east. It means the correct way. So no matter how we move, to which direction we are going, we are sure that's the correct way. Good for us, good for the family, good for the society, good for humanity. Across the ocean, it means the life is not easy. Like now, there's a corona, there's a pandemic, oh my God. But doesn't matter. As long as we keep our heart clear, as long as our energy is strong, the immunity is balanced, we will be fine. You can try to synchronize with your breath. Here, inhale. Here, exhale. From your nose, inhale. Exhale. Last time. And follow me. Gradually, the movement is getting smaller again. Feel your energy in your stomach, in your abdomen, in this part. Is moving. The qi warms up the internal organs, nourishes our body. Slowly stop. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Exhale. Good. Sit down, please. So how do you feel? Well, when we are doing the moving meditation, like I said, 静极生动, when you are so quiet, no motion, no movement, then the energy getting stronger. Maybe the energy will move your body, so you start to move. Now we did moving meditation. When we are moving to the extreme, large movement, there's a sentence called 动极生静. When the motion reaches the outermost, then the stillness comes up. The stillness is born. So I hope, everybody following me did the traveling eastward across the ocean, the heart is getting quieter and quieter. So in this special time, in this difficult time, it's also a good time for us to contemplate. Maybe the nature, maybe the universe is teaching us something. So my father, Master Li Junfeng, often he says, there are things looks good, but actually not so good. There are things look so bad, but actually there is some good things coming. So I'm sure every difficult situation now, the war, the pandemic, this chaos, after this storm, after this cleansing, who is still there, who maintains alive, who will gain even more energy and get this clarity. So now let's keep that feeling of at ease, comfortable feeling. Let's do a non-moving meditation. I know everybody, you have your tradition. Like when we meditate, I know some of you like to do like that mudra. Some of you will have right hand over left. Some will have left over right. Different position. So now please take a position where you usually practice. You feel comfortable. And if our audience say, Jing, I never really meditated, I just relax. Okay, then maybe you can follow me. In this tradition, left hand symbolizes of yang. This yin-yang fish, the big white part symbolizes yang. Right hand symbolizes yin. So this is my left hand, this is my right. If I do the mirror image, you will practice like that. Your left hand on top, right hand below, and the thumbs touching. If you are sitting in lotus position, you just put your hands there. And if you are sitting like me on a chair, put your feet on the floor. Feel very stable. Your body is so relaxed. And feel that connection. Yin and yang, no separation. Everything is connected. Like this world, who can leave home? Now with the war, the price of oil, price of food goes up. Who can leave home? The whole world is connected. And I know I'm not talking about the easy thing. I'm talking about the war, the pandemic. Maybe they'll be starving. It's not easy. But you see, I keep smiling, not because I feel this is funny, because I know we all need a light. Everybody has that hope, has that light from our heart. Remember, heaven and earth are our parents, Papa, Mama. So we are like a prince or princess. This is the time to connect with the universe. Father, this is the time to connect with the earth, Mama, to hear what they want us to know. Left hand over right. Let's quiet our heart. I know I don't have time to lead you going through the entire meditation, the union of three hearts. I don't have that time, but I can use part of it. Our main purpose now is being together, connect with each other, right here, right now. No matter where you are in Asia, you're in Africa, Americas, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, doesn't matter where you are. Let's being together, connect from our heart. Remember the driver and the car. The car has a Wi-Fi. The heart has a Wi-Fi. So, heart to heart, hands in hands. We all are sisters and brothers. We all are the children of the universe. That's being together from the heart. Slowly close your eyes. If you like to meditate with open eye, please do that. Whatever you feel comfortable. Come to the heart, where your true self resides. Every part of your body is relaxed. No tension at all. We are sitting here, connecting heaven and earth. From the heart, connecting with each other. In this universe, there is always hope. There is always light. Now, invite the power of love enlightening our heart. Each heart is like a small candle. But now we are all over the world. The candles are enlightened. All of us are together. So there is a flame. So there is a shining light. There is a shaft of light from the universe coming to earth, enlightening the whole world. Just be very natural, not too excited. Find that light in your heart. Open the Wi-Fi of the heart. Let's all connect. Let's be together. Shine, shining. Move away all the illusions. Move away all the darkness. Make us pure and strong. The light in our heart comes from the power of love. You feel so rich. This light is beautiful. Our hearts are so rich. We belong to the world. the world and us are together. When the entire world is in our hearts, how can we not be rich? When the power of love from heaven, from earth are with us, how can we feel poor? So rich. There is a sense of satisfaction. There's a feeling of deep contentment. You are not alone. We are together. Breathe naturally. In the air, in your breath, there is the smell of love. You smell it? You feel it? We all are together. With Papa, with Mama, with all. With plants, animals, mountains, and water. With the stars, sun, and the moon together. Allow the nice feeling come to the heart. Purifies the heart. Nourishes the heart. If you enjoy this feeling, if you like this atmosphere, if you feel this oneness state is nourishing, Please save that feeling. Save it into your heart, in your blood, even in your genes, in every cell. And in the difficult situation, when you need it, take it out from the heart. Use that strength, the power of love. It's time to finish this session. So let's bring our awareness to the abdomen, to our dantian. Inhale deep. Exhale long. Again. Inhale deep. Exhale long. Your awareness is at your dantian. Last time, inhale. Exhale. And slowly open your eyes.
This has been such a delightful, heart-opening experience for me, and I'm sure for all of our viewers. Please, Jing, tell us, how do we get in touch with you?
I'm doing this meditation in different platforms. There is Shenzhen.org. Maybe later on we can type it out, let people know and see the link. That's where my father and I, we teach. We have also online school. And me personally, I'm also teaching Tai Chi Chuan, and I have a website, Jing Tai Chi. And there, I don't just teach Tai Chi Chuan, I also teach Tai Chi-like movement, because I feel like people can accept Tai Chi-like movement. Some people don't like push hand, that martial art part. So I created my own website, jingtaichi.com. And on YouTube, I also have a channel there, Jing Tai Chi. And we have Instagram, Facebook, the same as Shenzhen. We can type it out and let everybody see. Thank you for asking, Sharon.
Oh, yes. And thank you so much for being with us today. It's an honor, a blessing, a pleasure. And I'd love to have you come back and speak about Jing Tai Chi.
It's really wonderful being with you, Sharon, and being with our friends, because I feel like today, this world, no single person can win this war. The war, I don't mean now in Russia, Ukraine, that war, but I mean everywhere. So I think it's very important we all connect together, being together. So the same type of people attract the same type. And if we belong to that type, we all meditate together, we work together. Like if you fall, I catch you. If I fall, you catch me. That kind of support. Well, these words originally is not from me, it's from my friend Gabi. And I really think this is a wonderful teamwork. So thank you so much, Sharon, for inviting me to this program. I'm so grateful being with you together, being with our meditation lover, meditator together. Thank you so much.
You have an upcoming class. Please tell us about it and how do we find it?
Sure. Welcome. Everybody come to join us every first Saturday each month. I have a world meditation. I do that at 4 p.m. European time, and we do it live on Zoom. And meanwhile, we stream it into YouTube, Jing Tai Chi channel. So, dear friends, if you like to join me, if you like this meditation, you like the way I lead meditation, please join me live. I think it is so powerful. At meantime, we sit in different part of the world, come together to meditate, to connect. You can join me also later. There's a replay, of course. So most important is just being together. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you. And all of you out there, you really will experience such deep relaxation and level of contemplation through Jing's teachings and meditations. I've been experiencing them, and they've helped me so much. And during this time in the world, it's even more important that we come together, like she says, and meditate together and open our hearts to each other. Thank you, Jing.
Thank you, Sharon.
What beauty. We have Jing has joined us right now. Welcome, welcome, Jing.
Thank you, Sharon.
Once again, I feel so peaceful now. And here's Amalia Waiching and Diana.
Jing, so good to see you.
Hi, Emily, Sarah.
Hi, Jing.
It's so beautiful how we went from, Claudia, well, all day, but then as I came in, we did our flow from Claudia in Ecuador to Dion in Boulder. And then here we are with you in Munich. And the interweaving of these traditions, the yogic and the Tibetan Buddhist and the Taoist has been really provided a very beautiful day.
It is very important for me being together with you. So it's so great to see everybody here. And I think my main message is let's be together like that, culturally together, and also physically. I mean, from our energy, right? From our qi, from our love, the energy of love and qi together. And more people doing this, and more of us thinking about us rather than, oh, I'm better than you, she's better than me, more than that. But being together, there's really a hope we will have a better world. Eventually, we will have heaven on earth, hopefully, if more people realize this and being awakened, wake up.
I feel that all these practices, what all of you bring forth into the world, are so beneficial, especially now. And I'm very grateful to all of you. I'm wondering if Wai-Ching or Dion, well, we'll start with Wai-Ching, you have any questions or comments for Jing?
Yes, and what would, Jing, if you'd just like to comment on what is happening in China, in Shanghai, and what you're doing in your meditation specifically, because I'm guided to focus on it, because I've been to Shanghai, been to Beijing and Heilongjiang, and it is part of my Chinese roots also. So I'm very much feeling that very deeply. So I know while we are universal, we're bringing light in. Is there anything that you do specifically for different parts of the world? Or do you just keep it very general in your intentions?
It's really very loving from you, concern of this. I also saw your teaching. It's so graceful and so loving. in Shanghai, I also have students. Now we are doing the online teaching, the Jing Tai Ji and Shenzhen meditation, and they have a difficult time. In fact, I have a few students, not just one. They have a difficult time. It looks like it depends where they are. Some suburb is better, some not so convenient. And I think for me, it's important my students feel well, or people we know, they feel well. From them, we get a sense this is not an easy time. And sometimes I think of the other side, to be a civilian or a student myself, or an ordinary person, I may want to complain. But often I also jump to the other side. If I'm a governor, if I'm involved into some power struggle, above me, there are leaders, bigger leaders. Beneath me, maybe there are small leaders, or maybe I'm the smallest. Directly, I contact to the building members. What do I do? Do I choose to stay in power? Do I choose to take care of my people? But if I choose to take care of my people, I don't have this power. Maybe have another person even worse than this person now. So it's very difficult to judge. Therefore, I only can say, if all people, especially people who have power, can really act out of love instead of out of control or fear, really out of love, and follow what Lao Tzu said, Dao, right? The natural way. That might be the solution. Or our tradition in China, in Asia, India, we will say find the middle way. Not too much to the left, not too much to the right. Too much to the left, we adjust. Too much to the right, we adjust. Somehow in the middle way. And to have the interest of all people, that might be a solution. That's how I think.
And Dion?
Oh, so nice to see you here. I've actually studied with your father a long time ago.
Oh, I see.
Wonderful to see. Yeah, I have some DVDs and so on. What a blessing. You are like the embodiment of a goddess. I'm teaching the 21 Tara goddesses now.
Yes.
On Zoom, and it's you really are just a living embodiment of peace and joy and higher knowledge and compassion. It's very powerful.
Well, thank you. Well, all of you are also saw everybody is sharing. It's so beautiful. Everybody is a part of that, and I'm a part of you.
I see that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have a question. I just know that there are these pressing things going on every day in the news. And yes, I read about Shanghai and then, Nancy Pelosi appearing with Zelensky today in Kiev. And I cried. I think it's so beautiful when world leaders like the Pope consecrate Russia and Ukraine. When Pelosi shows up, I know there's politics behind it, but the honoring of leaders and their wisdom, I hope, I don't know. But anyway, it's all powerful.
Yeah.
Hopefully positive.
That's what we're looking for. That's why we're here. This is called Healing Our Earth.
Yes.
And every week we come together to do exactly that. And so it's just a blessing for us, I really feel, to have you all here today, to bring your wisdom and your grace and your joy to us. I'm very, very grateful.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you all. I think this is an important program. It's my first time to join a program like this. So many great teachers from all over the world come together. And Sharon, this is your connection. So This is really your merit to bring us together. And I'm so honored to be with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and join us next week because we're going to have dance and music, and they bring joy. Here's our future events.
Yes, yes.
Celebrating dance, healing, joyful, and creative next Sunday, the 8th of May. And then after that, we have 2 weeks because we're building a community to actually transform healthcare, to integrate the wisdom of all these traditions with the amazing aspects of what Western medicine and the new quantum medicine is bringing into this world, and creating a forum for interested people to bring this into education, into healthcare throughout the world. So we will have integrated health next week, on the 15th, and then again on the 22nd. And we will also be bringing, I think, some people from the upcoming World Congress that we hope that you and your father will be a part of this year, the 22nd World Congress, 22nd, of Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, etc., that our dear Effie Chow has been bringing forth into the world. So we hope you join us for the conference in September, and more, come back. We welcome you back. It's been
my pleasure.
Yeah. And thank you, everyone. Would you like to say a last blessing out to our audience?
Maybe we do that all together. I feel so honored to be with these great teachers from everywhere, from all over the world. And I think at this moment, if we connect our hearts at the same time, at the same space, in the same space, and energy out of our heart and soul, allow our originate self, the spirit, to merge. Maybe from this life and even from the past life, we were already connected. And now it's time we enhance this power. Come into the light. Everybody's heart is shining like a shaft of light. Light upon light. I am in Germany, in Europe, and you are in Americas, different part of the world, India, Asia. No matter where we are, this power from the heart, like the sunshine, will move away the darkness and bring inner satisfaction, inner peace, bring the richness of the heart to all people on this earth. If we are beautiful, this earth is natural. If we have hope in our heart, the humanity has a hope. If we are pure, the earth is going to live forever. And if the Mother Earth is so strong, we are nourished. We are one with Mother Earth. I don't dare to say we all come together to heal our earth, but rather to say, let's be healed from Mother Earth. No one can live without no one. Let's be together. The togetherness will bring us to the future. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jing. And thank you all out there for being with us, and hold these teachings in your heart. And as Jing says, we will continue to come together.
And all of you are my teachers. Thank you all.